Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. And here we are in the round 6, the day when we're gonna know 4 players who will qualify to the next stage. And we're the commentators. With us is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and myself, Women Grandmaster Kedi Tsatsalashvili. So Dania, what a day! Today is the day when we know only players who will continue to fight for the top places.
Hi, Kedi. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I mean, this is the big day. There's no way around it. Especially after yesterday, the stage is set for a fascinating finale in 3 out of the 4 groups, where the winner has not been guaranteed. Let's have a look at the big headlines from yesterday that set us up for this finale. Of course, we had Hikaru, who won a sparkling game against Sasha Grischuk. He's ahead of Esipenko by half a point, and he's playing Esipenko, which is just the absolute best of all worlds. Dominguez, after that very painful loss to Wesley So, he rebounds. So he's got a very definite shot in his group, even though Wesley leads. And of course, Aronian, with that amazing win of the black pieces against Vincent Keymer, Kedi, secures top spot in his group. He, of course, still has to play today, but presumably, the pressure is off, and I hope that he slept well yesterday.
I guess so too. So we know the winner in Group C is Aronian, but still things are so exciting in the rest of the 3 groups. So let's very quickly take a look at the matchups of today across tables, first of all, and then we can go to the matchups. And here we have Group A, as you mentioned, Nakamura and Esipenko. They are just very close to qualify from this knockout system, and today they're going to play against each other, and very important match we're going to have in this group.
Yeah, I mean, so many fascinating matchups today, and Hikaru Nakamura has black against Esipenko, whom he beat with white. So it's going to be a grudge match, and obviously Hikaru is totally satisfied with the draw that secures the group for him. Let's have a look at the actual pairings for today. And we, of course, Kedi, are going to focus on the marquee matchups. We're going to be looking at all of the games, but we're going to be focusing on the big ones, the ones that can determine the group standings. Esipenko, Nakamura in particular, Oparin, Wojtaszek, and Fedoseev, Rapport, both Fedoseev and Wojtaszek. They both lead their group. And, Aronian and Dubov presumably might end peacefully, but I'm not going to make any predictions. And both Wesley and Dominguez's game is very important. So it's a full slate, lots of cool games coming up. This is going to be a very exciting day. I can feel it.
Yes, and in case if we have some of the matches tied to players tied first 2 places, then tomorrow we're going to have a tie break. But that's the topic that we can talk about when we come from the break. But before that, viewers can actually vote, Dania, right?
Yes, they can. Please do not forget to vote on the results of today's game. Go to chess.com/events. Navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the results. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game. And Kedi, as you like to say, the 10 moves are played very fast, so do not procrastinate. Make sure to vote, maybe even in this break.
Yes, guys, please do that. And we are just going to take a very quick break and coming back right before the first move. So we're going to have some time to predict the results and also how many D4s, E4s, and knight moves going to be. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. And here we have this round 6 at FIDE Grand Prix 2022 leg 1. And we have here these matchups today. Very exciting matchups. Can't wait to see the first moves. And Daniel, we have started to do our little predictions here from how many draws and how many decisive games. And first moves, what it shall be.
Are you putting me on the spot, Kenny? Do you think I'm like a prophet? Yeah, that's what they call me, but I've been pretty off recently. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to predict a draw in Aronian Dubov. I just feel like Levon on the white pieces is going to play peacefully, and Daniel with the black pieces isn't really going to protest. I'm going to predict decisive results in Dominguez Shirov. I'm going to predict a draw in So Harikrishna. I'm going to call 4 draws today. I'm going to predict 4 draws. 4
draws and 4 decisive games. Some of the games have already kind of lost the, I can't say lost the meaning because there is talk, we're talking about ratings here, but for instance, for Dubov and for Oparin, this round is not really important, as well as Bacrot or Shirov, but still this is the fight, and I'm sure they're gonna try their best. And the game which we're gonna be very much focused today is Esipenko against Nakamura. What do you think here? We're gonna see the opening.
Well, I think Esipenko is gonna go all out, and well, that might mean different things for different people. That doesn't mean that he's going to play e4 and we're going to have a bishop g5 Najdorf. Esipenko might play 1 c4. I think in the modern day, players do like the move c4 when they're playing for a win. And that's actually what Hikaru played against Andre, and he won an excellent positional game. So maybe there's going to be some reverse psychology involved. And Andre says, well, you can do it and I can do it too, in the English. So we'll see. But he could also go conventional d4 stuff. I don't think, is Andre an e4 player? I'm having a hard time remembering. I should have looked this up, but I mean, everybody plays everything nowadays, so we might see e4 as well.
Yeah, this level, you might not find a player who plays only one opening, and that's what makes actually them very strong players, and also to just a hard task for the opponents to prepare against them, because they have variety of the openings. Let's get the bird view camera now, and we're gonna see very first moves right now, as I see that it's 3 p.m. and they are going to start the games.
E4.
And we have e4.
Okay, so the conventional way to play for a win and to signal your intentions, but Hikaru is going e5. Hikaru is going Berlin, and I am very curious to see what Mr. Esipenko has against Hikaru's e4, e5, which is among the most solid repertoires that anyone has in chess right now. Hikaru's e4, e5 is so hard to crack. Now, first big question, Ketty, what does Andre play? Italian or Ruy Lopez? Or something else?
Yeah, he should choose something sharp, I think, because if we get the equal position in the opening, nothing too much for white. This will be very hard for him to find, and he goes bishop c4 here.
Yeah, not a surprise at all, given Hikaru's results in the Berlin. Even in the anti-Berlin, Hikaru is incredibly booked up. Not that he isn't in the Italian, but at least the Italian provides a little bit more freedom and a little bit more room for opening innovation. Although it is still, it's getting more and more theoretical with each passing day. So bishop c5, which is the choice of most top GMs nowadays. Knight f6 is definitely second fiddle now. And yeah, and I mean, I don't know, c3 and d3, of course, is the main move. The main line, but maybe Andre plays d4 here, one of the sidelines.
Yeah, let's see what's his decision. He goes with d3 here with white. And his character is also quite like the style, how he plays is not very aggressive. He likes to play more positional games. And very likely he doesn't want to get out from his comfort zone. Even this is very important game for him.
That's a good point. I think that, well, Robert and I were talking yesterday. He played a very Russian school of chess game against Etienne Bacrot, where he won in this sort of equal endgame. And Andre this is what makes young players today so fun to watch. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. It's the fact that things which young players previously were, I don't want to say bad at, but bad at, like long end games and drawn out grind games. Now, somebody like Esipenko, who isn't even 20 yet, is perfectly comfortable playing such a game in such a style. In fact, that is his style. So they're getting younger and younger these days, and there's no such thing as, you know, a young player's bad at end games anymore. Everyone studies everything at every age. So yeah, it's scary. A4, that's the first uncommon move.
Yeah, that's right. Let me check very quickly here what the options we have, and I see that A4 is not on top 5 options. I see it somewhere there. Played less than 50 games according to the statistics I see right now, and it's not a very common move.
Yeah, and it could still transpose into something more common. I mean, if Black plays A6, for example, and White plays C3, A4 itself is not an uncommon move, but in this particular position, it's an uncommon move order is what I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's the first surprise which he decided to bring today for this game. Shall we see what happens in the other games, and if we have actually all the games started so far? And I was also wondering what would be Aronian's opening choice, as he has already qualified from this stage. And I see he went for Sicilian, quite sharp. Actually, Dubov went for Sicilian.
There's two ways that Levon could approach this. The old school is to say, all right, I've secured the group win. I'm just going to play something very peaceful. But, in playing C5, Dubov himself is signaling, pretty violent intentions. And it's not like there's a forced draw against the Sicilian. But the new approach is to say, it's precisely because I've won the group that I'm going to play for a win. And if I lose, there's absolutely no objective damage. He loses some rating, but that's absolutely not, at the top of any of these players' minds in a tournament like this. And I think Levon is taking the second approach.
Yeah, he's going to take second approach. He definitely enjoys this tournament. He definitely enjoys how he plays, and he feels that he will have some rest days before. Very likely, we might have tie breaks tomorrow or not tie breaks tomorrow, but he's gonna have that day for free. So it does not really feel to take off this round. Just because he might be tired later. What do you think?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, it's not such a long tournament with a massive time control. So it does make sense that he's playing uncompromising chess. So in terms of the opening itself, this is a Najdorf, of course. Bishop E3, which is the English attack, E5, Knight B3, Bishop E6. And yeah, the English attack setup is characterized by this pawn chain, which later on can transition into a kingside pawn attack, G4, G5, H4, etc. But first, generally, both sides tend to castle. So Knight BD7 and B5 is one of many possible ways for Black to handle this position. Sometimes the bishop comes out to E7 early, sometimes it doesn't, and the knight comes out to B6. So, this is a very theoretical Najdorf stuff.
Yeah, it seems very theoretical, but it's always good to know why you should push B5 first rather than to castle. And it's all the theory, and you better study first rather than to copy in and play. Because
right.
If things goes wrong in Sicilian, you will not get second chance, because it's so open and sharp opening that we might see some checkmates right away if you make even one mistake. Another Sicilian I can see is Grischuk and Bacrot.
Let's get to that one. Yeah, that's a rouser. Grischuk Bacrot, not a game that obviously can impact the final standings, but that doesn't mean it's not an interesting game or not worth looking at. And Etienne playing a rouser or a classical Sicilian with knight c6, bishop g5, e6, and they're going down the main line, bishop g5 and queen d2. Now notice that in the Najdorf Kedi, after a6, bishop g5, e6, white generally plays f4. In the rouser, for reasons that I'm not going to pretend to remember, f4 is considered very inaccurate in this position. I think it might have something to do, but queen d2 is completely normal here. a6, castles, bishop d7. You know what's interesting is that who is the rouser named after? It's named after Vsevolod Rouser. Believe it or not, Rouser is named after Rouser. Wow, head explodes.
What a surprise!
What a surprise! But the interesting thing is, I think Rouser lived in the first half of the 20th century, and he was what is known as a theoretician. And that is a label which used to exist a lot more. It would be players who aren't necessarily very good at over-the-board. I mean, he was a very competent master, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't world-class. But what he was known for is publishing opening articles in certain magazines. So when people saw an article by Rouser, they know, okay, this guy has just spent 1 week in his basement analyzing the Sicilian line. I'm going to trust what he says. And so certain players were known more as theoreticians than as over-the-board players. Obviously, that has changed completely. There's really no such, well, there is such a thing nowadays, but the line has been blurred tremendously.
Wow, and I thought like usually these names are given after the player who used to like to play, who played for the first time, and so on and so on. But in this case, Rouser, I didn't know if, yeah, well, okay, he chose the perfect opening for him. So cool.
Yeah,
because I think this Rouser in general is a very good opening for both sides. And
oh yeah, very underrated actually.
Exciting.
I mean, it's the little brother of the Najdorf, and more people know the Dragon than the Rouser, but the Rouser, its theoretical standing right now is excellent. Daniel Dubov, among others, has shown that the Rouser should be considered on the same level as the Najdorf. It hasn't been refuted, and it's incredibly flexible. You can play a lot of different setups within the Rouser, and that's what Bacrot is doing. So f3, yeah, white can play this with f3 or with f4. We're probably going to see bishop e7 here, and Grischuk, much like Aronian, is kind of adopting an English attack setup. We might see him drop his bishop back to e3 and then start pushing his kingside pawns. That often happens in the Rouser. So we'll see.
In this setup would like now Etienne Bacrot choose bishop to develop on d7, which looks quite a natural move to have this bishop just there, not very active. But the idea of this is to push b5 really early, and in that case, knight on c6 will not be hanging. So by the lines, when you calculate some of the g4, g5, that's when black needs to also very fast start the queenside attack.
Yeah, he does. And Etienne has taken on d4. I think they're following the main line, bishop e7. Yes, I see a bunch of games here. h4 is the most popular move, closely followed by king b1, of course. I'm sure everybody in chat is aware that in positions where you castle queenside, it's almost always a good idea to throw in the move king b1 for sort of general prophylactic reasons. The king is just a lot safer there. And then on c1, and the move g4 also has been played a handful of times. So king b1, there it is. Grischuk going for the most flexible approach.
Yeah, there was also something like bishop f6 for those who just sees this opening for the first time. What happens after bishop captures f6 instead of king c1? Because they might see that bishop takes and there is d6 pawn hanging. So I don't want to double the pawns. King will be weak, and so on and so on.
Yeah, bishop f6, queen d6 is actually a legitimate line, Ketty. But I think after something like bishop c6 even, white is not worse, but white is also not better. Black just has this incredibly strong dark squared bishop, which is exerting a lot of control over different squares. And in the event of a queen trade, you have, a situation where even in the endgame, black has a lot of compensation for the pawn.
Yeah. So that's not so easy to capture that knight with the bishop, and usually white keeps this bishop to have a more dangerous play. Shall we get to the birdside view and see something?
Yeah, let's
more,
do it.
Something exciting.
Let's do it. So we can see here. Well, what can we see here? We have that rouser over on your top left. We have the Esipenko Nakamura game to the right of that. We have actually quite a few interesting openings. We have a sort of Benoni in Vidit Keymer, which is probably worth taking a look at. But first, I propose we look at Dominguez Shirov, because that is a game with direct bearing on the tournament standings, obviously, and it's also a very interesting Italian. Shall we travel on over to that game?
All right.
So we have not just any Italian, an Italian where Alexei Shirov's pawn is on g4 in the opening. Can you believe that, Kenny? I've never seen Shirov attacking in the opening. Come on, what? Of course, Dominguez is a big expert in both the Italian and the Spanish. Okay, so Shirov going knight f6, and Dominguez not going for the fried liver attack, going instead d3. And this system with h6, d6, and g5, which has been really, really popular lately. This isn't just some crazy invention by Shirov, Ketty. This is pretty much mainstream stuff, where black just throws caution to the wind and pushes this pawn as quickly as he can. Knight bd2, bishop g7. So he does fianchetto, bishop b3, and here comes the pawn g4. And one of the important points is that if white plays knight h4, thinking, oh, I'm getting my knight to f5, look at these weak squares. Well, no, you're not. Knight takes e4. Typical idea, discovering the attack against the knight on h4. And so white has to drop the knight back to e1 instead. And according to what I remember, after h5, one of white's main ideas here is actually to attack on the king side himself. It's a pretty rare line in that both sides are attacking on the same side of the board. This happens sometimes. You can see that black is pushing his pawns, but white wants to attack down the f file. So, there's the same side of the board, and both sides are taking their little sliver of that side and trying to attack on it. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I just see now the line, and it goes with e takes f4, rook takes f4, and it's not enough. Black pushes d5 right after. So
mean
it takes here in this position, it takes f4, rook takes f4, and d5.
Yes. Oh, I see. Which game was that?
This is the game which has been played this year, and between 2,400 players.
Okay, so pretty decent. And I see it now. He takes d5, knight takes d5. What a crazy position. I mean, f5. My goodness. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Black is pushing pawns on the king side. White's making moves all over the place. Castle short happens randomly on move 14. These are the types of positions, obviously, that Mr. Shirov has made a career out of. So that's why he's going for this line.
Yeah.
But he's already taking his time, Ketty. And I think Alexei has struggled in the realm of opening preparation, something Hess and I were also discussing yesterday. He's been known throughout his career for excellent preparation, but, against these guys in the modern day, you need something extraordinary to compete with them in the opening.
Yeah, that is very much obvious what we have seen, and Vincent Keymer has also struggled in some of the games, and it was quite an outcome for him, and he lost 2 games in a row just because he got slightly worse position against very strong grandmasters, and then they outplayed him. We do have a strange looking rook on a4. Can we get the our boards back so we can figure it out?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to our bird's eye view for just a second. And the game that you're referencing, Ketty, is the battle between Aronian and Dubov, which has taken a very interesting turn and has already been decided in a draw. That's our first result. Big surprise. Big surprise. How did this all happen? Well, let's actually switch to the game and I'll show you. Bishop e7. Okay, so let's rewind even further. In this position, Aronian going for a4, b4, knight d5, which is a very well-known, I forgot about this line. This is a very drawish line because a lot of trades happen in this line. a5, rook, bishop c4. You can see the opposite colored bishops as well. Bishop e7, rook a4, rook b8, and now the repetition. Queen d3, hitting the pawn on a6, forcing the rook back. Now the b4 pawn isn't hanging anymore, so let's attack it. Let's defend it. Let's attack a6. Let's defend it. Oh, we're repeating moves. Draw agreed. Not a surprise there.
What a surprise. So this is our first result for today. But anyway, we knew in the group C, Levon Aronian was the player who qualified to the next stage. And here we had quite funny draw.
Yeah, I be honest, I'm not aware. I was not aware of this repetition, but you know, these repetitions are really all over the place, and you can find them in essentially every opening now. But it's a totally understandable decision by Levon. I initially thought that he was going to, you know, go completely all out once he played the mainline Najdorf, but this is also a very understandable decision from the perspective of giving him time to rest. You know, he's got a full day now. You know, he can watch some football, relax, and guess what? Tomorrow, another rest day for him. And at this level in these tournaments, having more energy than your opponent is a huge advantage. So it's very, very important. In any case, one game already in the books, Ketty.
Yes, we have. And let's take a look at the game of another favorite in their groups. And we can go to see the game of Wesley So and Harikrishna. Kantala, what's going on there?
Yeah, lots of moves have been already made in that game. Let me take you through the game from the start. Well, this was a Catalan. So it starts off as a pretty conventional Catalan. Now this move a5, Ketty, not the most common. We've seen over the past few tournaments at least 5 different ways of meeting the Catalan there. I mean, there's over 15 of them. Castles, Queen c2, and now c5. You don't often see the combination of a5 and c5 happening in the Catalan, but okay, this is like, this is what these players do. They keep digging up new ways of responding to the Catalan. Takes. Okay. Knight takes d4. Now, Pentala doesn't take on d5 immediately. He starts with queen b6, hitting the knight, improving the position of his queen, e3, and now he takes on d5 with the pawn. Castles, knight c6, immediately challenging this knight, not letting Wesley establish a blockader on the square in front of the isolated queen pawn trade. And Ketty, this is called the hanging pawn structure. I'll talk a little bit more about it in a second. And bishop takes b4, queen takes b4. So these are called the hanging pawns. They're neither good nor bad inherently. Like it all depends on the position. So the way that I would think of it is these pawns as a unit are isolated because, well, there's no b pawn and there's no e pawn, but within that island, these pawns are connected. It's like Haiti and the Dominican Republic. You know, it's 2 islands that are conjoined. But if you take them as a unit, then it's an island in and of itself. I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes sense. And you were saying, I don't know, it's like weakness or it's strength. I've knew it if the pawns can move and get more space advantage, that may be a strength. And if the pawns are blocked and stopped, they might be weakness.
Yeah, and I mean, right now the pawns are stuck. You know what I would do here? I wouldn't play bishop d7. I would play bishop e6 because you don't technically need to defend this pawn right now if you have rook fc8. And for white, the ideal situation is getting a knight to c5. As you said, Ketty, blockading the c pawn is the typical way of dealing with the hanging pawns. And as I say that, Harikrishna goes bishop e6. I think Wesley's going to go knight c3. And then the question is, can Harikrishna get away with the move c5. As you said, can he just push these pawns down the board? It's very double-edged. I mean, knight e2 is a possibility here. Maybe swing the knight to f4 and start pressuring the d5 pawn. Just a very positionally complex situation here. Hard to say who's better. The engine likes white just by a little bit, but the next couple of moves are going to be very, very important in this game.
I see. But seems like Harikrishna feels comfortable with his pawns, and he has a plan how to start them pushing forward and not to be blocked. Shall we take a look at the bet side? We want to check it out, the games we have not seen yet.
Yeah, so before we delve into one of the games we have to just very quickly indicate in the Shirov Dominguez game, and that's over on your bottom right, to the left of Wesley's game, you see that they are indeed following that pathway, h5, f4. We don't have to get to that game, but they are following the previous game in that line where Black took on f4 and then went d5. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But shall we have a look at the Oparin Wojtaszek game? Because another pretty unconventional opening there.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay, so we have... What is this? What is this opening? Oh, c4, d4, b4, this line. I don't know if this has a name. It's almost like a Benoni, a hyper extended Benoni.
Yeah, color reversed Benoni.
Yeah, I mean, it's a popular opening, but I don't ever think it was properly named. Now, Black has many, many ways of meeting it. c5 is one of them. And you might be looking at this and saying, well, why is he blundering a pawn? Well, he's not blundering it because he's going to go knight c6. And then he's going to go e5, and the pawn on c5 is a sitting duck. And the problem is that white is left with these very, very weak pawns on the queen side. So you don't want to do that. Grigori going e3, knight f6, and now he goes b5. So there it is. Not taking the pawn on c5, but instead pushing his pawn forward and taking away the c6 square from Black's knight. Wojtaszek goes queen c7 to prepare e5. And after e takes d4, c takes d4, very important detail. You can't play knight takes d4 because of queen e5 check. And if you block with a knight, you drop the rook in the corner. So bishop b2 instead by Grigori. And right now, Radoslav is thinking, but I'm 99% sure that he's going to go e5.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much forced move. Otherwise, the pawn on d4 is hanging and really can't push this pawn forward. And knight cannot come on c6 either. In this line, I do like to see moves like g3, bishop g2 to just fianchetto this bishop here, d3 to hold the center with knight d2 ideas. And for some reason, white has just a little bit better, maybe d3 here is not good because before bishop b4 check.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's also that Black has these control of the c5 square. And then the light squared bishop come out to f5. You know, my guess, Keddy, is that Oparin actually wants queen e2 here.
All right, to after bishop d6 to take the pawn on d4, right?
Yeah, but there's a problem. You know what the problem is? Look at this queen. It's blocking the bishop. And Black is playing, Radoslav is playing the long game here. He's saying, take my pawn. I don't care. What I do care about is my development advantage and just the fact that Black's pieces are so active here. This is really precarious for Grigori. And obviously, if he takes another pawn, well, watch what happens. Rook e8, d4, looks like White's 2 pawns up and fine. But after knight bd7, he can actually just resign because e5 is indefensible. And once it's captured, you know, this is not going to be fun. Let me put it that way. And Grigori is going head first into this line. Queen e2 has happened.
Queen e2. I don't know if he really wants to take this pawn on d4. Does it make any difference if, like, after bishop d6, knight takes on d4?
Yeah, well, that's probably better actually. Castles and then knight can drop back, let's say, to b3. And the reason it's better is because knight f3 is often met with e4. So at least the knight is out of the way here. And one thing that Black could try here is the move b6. So yeah, you're fianchettoing the bishop. That's sort of one idea. But you're also preventing White from getting his own bishop out, g3, bishop b7. And White is not in time to fianchetto. So the engine doesn't like this for White. And I don't like this either. I feel like Grigori, he's playing creative chess but this could backfire spectacularly if he's not ultra precise here. I would be terrified of playing a position like this with white.
Yes, and also Queen E2, it clearly says that he is looking something different rather than to go normal setup to develop the bishop first in castle and then to play just like common position of Benoni defense. So we're gonna see what is his plan, what he think that it's something that he wants to have against the player who is leading the group, and maybe he plays on his nerves, on Wojtaszek's nerves. Like, you know, for Wojtaszek, this game is very important. By winning this one, he has a huge chance to qualify from this stage, as his opponent Fedoseev is playing against Richard Rapport, who is very, very strong player in this group.
Yeah, let's actually have a look at that game, as Grigori does indeed take on d4 with the knight, and maybe this is still preparation. I wouldn't rule that out completely. But in any case, the Fedoseev Rapport game is quite a bit more peaceful than the Oparin game. It actually was a Chigorin, which is not so common. Knight f3, knight c6. And that's pretty classic Rapport stuff. Bishop f4. Vladimir going for a pretty peaceful setup, not challenging Richard in the main Chigorin with c4. And after bishop g4, going knight bd2. Very, very solid, peaceful, kind of going for a very small advantage. e3, bishop d6, a trade. C takes d6, very common way of recapturing. Opens up the pathway for the queen and controls important squares in the center. And c4. And Ketty, it seems to me that Fedoseev is not against a draw in this game. Just the way that he's playing this opening seems pretty toothless. And I just think that's a strategy.
Wow. Yeah, I thought he would go some fighting chance, as he also needs to win this game to guarantee himself at least a tie breaks.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see any kind of, I mean, maybe not d5, maybe d5 is a little inaccurate due to, I don't know, bishop d3 or bishop b5, but black doesn't have to play d5. You can just go knight f6. After castles, I mean, this is a completely, as I said, completely toothless position. And I feel like a draw for might even happen here, given the way that this is going. So I think Vladimir just sort of assumes that Grigori is not going to lose with the white pieces. But the way Grigori's opening is going, I think he might be regretting his choice. We'll see. A lot is going to be decided once again in this first hour of playing in the final round of the group stage. But it's coffee time for us, Ketty.
It is coffee time to wake up a little bit and, you know, get ready for the most excitement part of the games. So we're going to take a very short break. So
The chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150K prize finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, on the weekend of Saturday, February 12th. That's the weekend that's coming up right here on chess.com. Okay, well, right now we are in the midst of the final game of the preliminary group stage in the FIDE Grand Prix. Daniel and Ketty bringing you today's commentary. Ketty, this promises to be a fascinating round. We already have a draw in the books, but we were kind of expecting it. That's Levon Aronian against Daniel Dubov. We congratulate Levon for being the first to qualify into the next stage.
Yes, we did. And that's the game that we actually predicted to end quite soon, as it doesn't really makes any sense that as only one players can qualify from each group. But we do have rest of the games and very interesting oh my god, interesting positions. It's early morning for you, Dania, but I'm joining you with that. I'm joining you.
No, I've been there, done that. Yeah, we're looking at our bird's eye view here. You can see over on your top left, we have a very sharp Sicilian and Grischuk Bacrot. We can definitely have a look at that. There are games we haven't checked out yet. Vidit against Keymer. What do you prefer, Ketty? Shall we look at Vidit Keymer, or does anything catch your eye preliminarily? And by the way, Dominguez Shirov are following the line that we had outlined in that. They're following that other game.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. What catches my eyes and also my tongue that I got really confused was the king on e7 at the game of Grischuk and Bacrot. But we have seen that so far, and maybe we can take a look at Vidit Keymer's game, and then we can get back to Group A.
Yeah, and Esipenko Nakamura, of course, they've been following pretty conventional path in the Italian, but we'll check back into that game very shortly. So this was a reverse Benoni, another reverse Benoni. We've had quite a few of them this round. Okay, so d4, d3. Yeah, so of course White can play the Catalan here with d4, but Vidit electing to allow the move d4, d3, knight c6, castles, bishop c5. This is a pretty conventional setup for Black in the Benoni. Knight bd2, and now the bishop drops back to e7. That's kind of interesting. I guess aimed against the move knight b3, which would have occurred with tempo. He plays it anyway. Then he goes e3. We have a trade. Knight jumps out to g4, provoking the bishop trade. b6. Okay, kicking the knight away, fianchettoing the bishop. After d4, rook b8. Yeah, it's a pretty equalish position. I like the way that Vincent has handled the opening. And look at his clock. He's got an hour 34 to Vidit's hour. This is all preparation.
Seems like all the preparation, and yeah, he's having increment on his time. Very impressive play by Keymer, and his latest move, rook b8. That's not very like natural looking move. Is he going to guard bishop on b7, and he plans to move around with the knight or push e5? What's really the idea of this move?
It definitely is. I think he wants to play, something like knight e7, knight f5, and he doesn't want to have to constantly deal with problems along this diagonal. It's a prophylactic move. I mean, for instance, if you go knight f6 here, after knight takes f6, queen takes f6, the move knight e5 simply wins the game for White. It just wins the game for White because, well, if you play knight takes e5, then d takes e5, and the bishop on b7 is lost.
Yeah, I see.
So that's why he does it. And now knight f6 is, I think, is directly his idea.
Yeah, now it makes all the sense. So he just wants to guard the bishop on b7, and seems like he will not be a problem in this structure. Just what we saw if the bishop is not hanging over there. Okay, I can't wait to get back to the game of Grischuk and Bacrot, shall we?
Yeah, let's look at Grischuk Bacrot and then Hikaru's game. These are super, super interesting battles. So this is our Arouser Sicilian. Okay, so King B1, Queen C7, Grischuk going G4, and H5 by Etienne, which is, I've seen this idea before. It's that you're essentially forcing the trade because otherwise Black is just going to take on G4. So we have a trade, and Black is not against getting the king out into the center. What Bacrot is saying is that, yeah, the king looks really ugly. It looks like he's walking into fork stuff. But no, I mean, there's nothing concrete. At least that's what he's claiming. And after Grischuk goes Rook G1, very natural move. Bacrot is really the first to take a pretty long think. I mean, I am biased in favor of White's position just because I like the white side of these types of Sicilians, but I think Black is fine if he's careful.
Yeah, very often Black here in this kind of positions plays Queen C5 to trade the queens, especially now if the rook is on G1, maybe it's additional point. Of course, White can just get this queen back on D2, and for now, G1 rook is not hanging as Queen D6, Queen D7 comes with a check. And it's going to be a very bad position for Black to play.
Yeah, it just takes here, and White's going to mop up all the queenside pawns with just 3 passers. No, this is completely winning. So I actually think this is a very important detail. Without it, if White has to trade queens, White is worse. I mean, in an endgame like this, and if you look at White's pawns, there's this massive square on F4. White's pawns are simply bad. And so Grischuk is relying on this detail to keep the queens on the board. And the other thing is that after Queen D2, he's threatening the very nasty move, Rook G5.
Yeah.
So interesting stuff in this game. Bacrot is thinking, you know, if not Queen C5, he can play Rook AC8. He can play a general solidifying move like G6, which I think is not entirely unlikely. But I don't know if these positions are really in his style. I think this is right up Grischuk's alley. And Bacrot has to be a little bit careful here. His position is solid, but, you know, there's E5 related business that could also happen, Ketty. So I don't know about this.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting position indeed. Sometimes in this openings we have knight d5 sacrifices, knight f5 sacrifices. White can prepare this move, especially if Black pushes pawn g-pawn forward to give that check and open up the files and the diagonals here. There are some ideas. There are some ideas for White. Yes, you're just making it work perfect.
A possible line. I mean, Rook E1 is not out of the question. Right? So the problem is that if the king walks back to the 8th rank, you get checkmated. White takes the rook. So no, this is definitely something that has to be taken into account. I just feel like White's position is more fun to play. There's more ideas, and the biggest downside of White's position is his pawn structure. And as long as the queens remain on the board, it's not as easily exploitable. So we'll see. We'll see what Etienne comes up with here. But let's switch back to the Hikaru game, I think, because we've had a couple of moves there. Okay, so all right, so after a4, Nakamura played a6, and Andre drives the pawn all the way to a5, and then he goes c3. So did we transpose into? Yeah, we did transpose into a pretty well-known line. Castles, I see a bunch of games, h3, h6, bishop e3, which is one of several possibilities, rook e8, which is apparently the novelty. I see that a couple of people have gone d5 here. And now Andre trying to punish him by going queen b3, saying, okay, you're going to leave that f7 pawn? Well, I'm going to attack it. And I think that Andre's position is quite pleasant here. I think he's done a very good job in the opening.
For now, bishop b6 won't be working, right? Because b7 pawn is hanging, and that also at the same time attacks the knights on c6.
Yeah, I mean, apparently after rook takes e6, White's not supposed to take on b7 because of this move d5. And that's the point of taking back with the rook, which now defends the knight. And the point is that the queen is, it's not that the queen is trapped. That's not really the problem. It's just that white can't afford to do everything. If he takes d5, knight takes d5, you know, if white takes on a7 and goes back to b3, the problem starts on the other side of the board. Black plays knight f4, rook g6, and it's essentially checkmate. You know, white's not developed enough. So I think Hikaru is very seriously considering going bishop e6 here, but something tells me that he might choose an alternative such as queen e7 or rook e7.
Yeah, queen e7, disregard f7 pawn, but in that case, if queen develops on e7, then how he's planning to get the bishop, light square bishop out?
Yeah, good
with
question.
the same idea, bishop e6.
Yeah, but now bishop e6, I think, is less appealing because white has completed his development. So I would probably take on b7 at this point and suggest that black can't even really play d5 because the knight on c6 is no longer protected. So that's, you're right though, Ketty, because this creates awkwardness. If black can't play bishop e6, well, you might say, well, what about rook b8? Well, then after bishop a7, you have to take with a knight and white goes d4. And this is why the Italian is such a dangerous opening. It looks totally innocuous, but you make one or two inaccuracies, and before you know it, you have a really unpleasant position.
Yeah.
So I think Andrei's slightly better here, and I think bishop e6 probably is the best move. Probably is the way to, you know, to reduce some of the difficulties of developing in this position using concrete tactics to your advantage.
Yeah, we're going to see that very soon. And in most of the games, the things are happening just the way we thought and predicted. Very interesting situation is in the game of Oparin and Wojtaszek. White captured d4 pawn and then try to develop the queen side. But what about the bishop on f1? I really worry about that bishop and the king.
I do as well. You know who else I think is worrying about it? Grigori Oparin. Yeah, this is not looking fun at all for white. And the game basically went along the lines that we had discussed. Bishop d6, knight d4. Wojtaszek says, yeah, great, you took my pawn, congrats. But look at all these weak squares. Look at the difficulty of developing the bishop. And the most immediate threat here, Ketty, is either bishop f5, knight d3, or e4 and knight d3. Yeah. And just imagine what happens if black puts a knight on d3. Hint, it's not good for white. So it probably is prudent for white to go knight e3 to stop bishop f5. But now the danger comes from the other side, e4. And the only move that I see here is to drop the queen back to d1 in order to be able to recapture with the bishop if black goes knight d3. But man, oh man, maybe after bishop e6, white does complete his development, but now white has a hard time castling because the h2 pawn is going to be weak. And if you play h3, what I'm trying to say is that even if white gets a chance to castle, which Oparin should be able to do if he's incredibly careful here, but if he's not, he could just lose the game. Even here, I argue that black has, just look at the pressure that black is exerting down the d file. Look at black's piece placement. He's got pretty overwhelming compensation for that pawn.
Who would not sacrifice a pawn for this this activity? It's just perfect position for black. Is there a chance that Oparin here is considering to long castle and then push d4 if he has time for that?
For some reason, I thought you would say is there a chance Oparin is considering to resign. Yeah, definitely. Definitely yes. Considering long castles. I mean, this is one of those miserable positions that, 60 years ago, someone might have just said, not in the mood to play it. But he does end up going 93. And I think this is a very important move. Grigori hunkering down and finding the most accurate sequence, e4, queen d1. So if he can at least castle short, then he knows that he's not going to get mated in the set. That's the first thing. Right. Still not fun.
Is he going to get the knight on d5 to attack the queen, and then have just to have some space for her own queen, his own queen?
Yeah, I mean, knight d5 and then maybe queen e3, as you're suggesting, is an interesting idea. Let's say queen d8, but it's hard to do logistically. I mean, if you take on f6, by the way, there's no discovery because the bishop on b2 is hanging. Maybe he should take a page out of Keymer's book and just have a rook on b1. But yeah, queen e3, yeah, this is another way that you can play. No, for sure, this is possible. But still, like after queen g6, for example, to prevent the light squared bishop from getting out, black is going to start setting up knight d3 with the move rook e8. So all of these positions are probably objectively not that bad for white, but from a practical standpoint, just seem very difficult to handle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's
so we'll see.
That's very, I think for Wojtaszek, he should be very happy right now to have this kind of position where his opponent started to play like this. He just got the pawn, but gave black so big initiative. I'm sure he's happy with his chance.
I agree. And Radoslav, I think he knows that this is a game where he can play for a win. Oparin has not been in the greatest form. He's lost a game with the white pieces to Fedoseev. And speaking of that, well, not speaking of Fedoseev, because that is a very, very quiet position. Shall we check back into Dominguez Shirov? What do you think?
Yeah, let's go. They are just following this game as we suggest. Oh, no. Here we see that rook, we drove back on f1, and in the game, which we have in the base, first white captured on d5, knight takes d5, and rook then went on f1.
Oh, and here Lenier going rook f1 immediately. Man, the engine hates this way of playing for black. It's giving a very strong advantage after either this or Lenier's move. And it's giving like a solid plus 1.5. And you might ask, well, why is that? Well, I think one of the reasons that's the case is that if black plays d takes e4, after knight takes e4, this leads to a tremendously nasty situation where white is threatening bishop g5. After knight e4, bishop f7, I mean, oh, this is beautiful. Keddy, if king e7, white can actually play d takes e4, and then whoop, bishop g5 check, recovering the queen with a totally crushing attack in the endgame. That essentially means that black has to go king f8, and now white can still take. And now there's a different discovered check. I mean, this is really pretty. Wow. Bishop b3 check. Again, recovering the queen. White is going to be up a pawn, and black's quote-unquote attack is in shambles. As Alexei deciding against d takes e4 for that reason and going bishop e6. But now I think Lenier is still going to take, and we're going to see something like bishop takes d5, d4. Look at this pawn wedge, this knight coming out to d3, and black's shenanigans on the king side are not without positional consequences. I mean, just look at how many squares that he's weakened. And if Shirov doesn't get, if the engine sputters on the king side, he's going to pay a very steep price for it.
Can I agree with that? If white managed to get the knights on f4, f5, then also the question comes where black is going to castle the king. Black can't keep the king forever in the center. He has to decide where to castle, and that's also the question for black here.
Yeah, I mean, my guess would be queenside. I think it's the lesser evil, just because, man, but castling kingside with all these weak squares would give me nightmares. And don't sleep on this diagonal, by the way, because eventually I could put a bishop on c2 and then clear it out with d4. So my guess would be Shirov is orienting himself toward queenside castles, but it's not that is particularly safe either. It's really a case of darned if you do, darned if you don't.
Okay.
Speaking of Shirov, I've told this story in another broadcast, but I actually had the honor of training with Shirov for a couple of days. I was in Riga between tournaments. I played a tournament in Denmark, came to Riga. I had 3 days before the tournament began, and I did some training with Alexei. So because I don't know where he lives now, but he was living at the time in Riga. And he calls me. So the plan was to meet in my hotel room. He calls me on his way and he says, "All right, Daniel, you have a board, right?" "Do I have a board?" "No, I mean, I don't usually bring a chessboard to European tournaments." "Well, no, I don't have a board. Could you bring one from home?" "I'm afraid I don't have a board." I don't have a board. Alexei Shirov doesn't have a board at his home. And I didn't know what to say. And Alexei's like, "Okay, I think I'll dig one up." And it took him like 15 minutes to find this old, like tiny wooden board. And I just thought it was hilarious. Like, just Shirov doesn't have a board. And it's because he works on the computer. I mean, it's understandable. And I have the same problem at some point where you do most of your work on the computer these days. It's not even that unusual to not have a board, but just funny.
Yeah. That's so funny. And I'm sure he had this very old chess set that he used to play when he was a young boy, like this wooden that you can cover on the top, and probably small ones, right? It was very popular.
Very small, yeah, and probably Tal handled those pieces at some point, because don't forget that Shirov, Tal, and Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov are all from the same city, Riga, Latvia, and they all have the same style. This is a pretty famous chess school. They were all proteges of none other than Tal, and Tal was a super nice guy. I mean, I heard stories from Shirov and Shabalov where Tal would just invite them to his apartment and just randomly do analysis. I mean, Tal was incredibly generous with his time. I mean, and he wasn't charging for it. So you can see the influence.
Yeah, can see the influence. Indeed. He has quite a character, right? He's very open at the interviews too, and we have seen his interview how he thought that after round 3 it was a day off and he was late for the tournament. And I'm sure some funny situations are happening very often to Alexei Shirov. And so good to see him at this tournament, because all we see from him is just amazing way of playing chess.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nobody. Well, let me not overstate the case here. Of course, there are plenty of people who've left the kind of legacy on the chess rope, but the way that Shirov maintains the style, and as I said yesterday, the fact that he's gone from around 2650 to over 2700 at his age is incredibly inspiring. It really is. And he was sort of in semi-retirement. I think the vibe was, let me just play a couple more tournaments for fun. And lo and behold, look at it. He's back to 2700. He's in the Grand Prix. And I'm sure he's having a great time, even though, of course, he's been struggling this tournament.
He does. Shall we get the bird's eye view here? Bird's eye view, as we do have some developments, and look at this game on the bottom. Wesley against Pintala. Here we have some of the updates.
Yeah, well, that's bottom right, and it looks like the hanging pawns are gone, and it's been replaced once again by an isolated queen pawn. Yeah, let's look at that game, because I feel like that's a very concrete position where a lot is getting decided straight away. It's move 20, and a lot of pieces are already off the board. Now, there's no question in my mind, Ketty, that Wesley's the only one who's playing for a win here. I mean, with this pawn being weak on d5, the big question is whether or not that is sufficient to cause significant problems for Black, because Harikrishna is very active. Now, how did this happen? 92. Oh, yeah, so he did go. This actually happened. We talked about it. Knight c3, c5, 92. He defended the pawn, Wesley getting his knight to f4. This is exactly how we kind of drew it up. Takes, and the queen drops back to d1. What do you think about this intuitively, Ketty? Do you think Black has enough activity?
I think, he has enough activity, and he can try to move around a little bit with pieces again here, like bishop g4 maybe, and try to activate even more, like queen a3, rook b2, or something like that.
Right. There is there is this knight takes d5 move after bishop g4,
Mm-hmm.
which counterattacks the queen. And it's still not that bad for black. I mean, if you have a trade, let's say takes, knight d5, bishop d5, this is kind of what you're hinting at. Even in a position like this, black should be okay, just because of how active he is. He's got the c file, he's got the queen on an active square, but black can also play something a little bit more conservative, such as rook b to c8, for example, just doubling on the c file. And now knight takes d5 is no longer possible. Black's just going to take back, and what white is going to run into is a situation where you can't take the bishop because you drop the rook with check. So I agree with you, Ketty. I think black has several good moves here. And if Harikrishna is careful, this game should end in a draw with 75-80% certainty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The problem here for black is that black can't push d4 right away to change this isolated pawn, as bishop on e6 will be hanging, and white can simply take this bishop right away. And then, additionally, e6 is a weakness, so white can target that later, bishop h3, or get the pieces on e-file. So I'm not sure that black wants to play with that pawn.
Agreed. And queen e1 here is a5 as this is bad. And this is exactly what black needs to try to avoid, is one of these types of situations where he's got a long-term weakness and he has a hard time recovering the pawn. But a critical moment, I think it's probably fair to assume that Harikrishna is going to take probably even 10-15 minutes on this moment, as he said you don't want to give Wesley a long-term advantage. So we'll keep an eye on this game. But first, I think we are going to go on a break, Kenny.
Okay, let's get on the break and we'll come back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, leg 1, round 6, and the final round when all the 16 players are playing together. But here we have one last game, as the first game has been already finished. Levon Aronian guaranteed himself to get out of the group yesterday even. And today, with an early draw, he just decided to have a day off. But we do have 5 remaining games in progress, and still we don't know who will be rest of the 3 winners of the groups. And Dania, we have still very unclear situation in most of the boards.
Yeah, it's a pretty slow moving day so far. I mean, we've had, we have a couple of very peaceful games, such as on your top right, you see Fedoseev Rapport, which is that sort of super even-handed Chigorin. We'll definitely look at that at some point because I think Fedoseev might be getting an edge here. We also have bottom left-hand side Vidit against Keymer, sort of a couple of very, very symmetrical positions. But we also have a couple of really interesting positions, such as Dominguez Shirov near the bottom center, where Lenier playing in Italian, Alexei responding with a super sharp line, and the wheels seem to be coming off just a little bit for Shirov. I'll give you the choice, Caddy, between Shirov's game, Grischuk's game, and Esipenko. Which one would you like to look at first?
Would like to see first, I think, Shirov Dominguez Shirov, because this seems to be quite a sharp position for now. And we do have new move Queen E2. White wants to recapture back E4 pawn, and just point out that, man, your king is in the center. Where are you going with that?
Yeah, and the problem is, well, if bishop takes B3 happens, I think that it's possible that Lenier actually wants to take with the knight and say, I really don't care about winning this pawn back immediately. What I do care about is slamming this bishop onto G5, creating a very, very nasty pin against the knight. And in the event of Queen D6, if you look at this knight on E1, looks passive, right? Well, not if it goes to F5, knight C2, knight E3, knight F5. And these are the sorts of positions which, black can lose this in 7 moves. I mean, if this knight gets to F5, the other knight gets to C5, white's got tremendous attacking potential. Black's position is riddled with weaknesses. I mean, I'm not a fan of the way that Shirov has handled the opening.
Okay, if the knight gets on F5 and C5, we're counting down from 7,
right.
from that position. So anything else besides bishop B3 can simply ignore that and play Queen D7 long castle?
Yeah, well, that might actually be the lesser evil. Queen D7 takes, and then go queenside. In fact, I think I quite strongly believe that Shirov should do precisely this. Although, well, maybe knight D3 can be considered. Oh, wow. And here apparently I'm missing knight takes D4. What? CD4, bishop D4 check, king H1. Oh, bishop B3, A, B, rook H. And I guess there's the point is that black has long-term compensation, very active pieces, and white's still not developed yet. So this at least gives black a shot at turning things around. Whereas if you go to the short side, you're just going to get steamrolled by all of these maneuvers and ideas and pins.
Yeah, that's very interesting situation. And clearly after Queen E2, black really can't hold E4 pawn there anymore. And the king side attack is also stopped. H4, H5, or G3 would even cause more weaknesses for black, as white is also coming on the E file, then D file will be out there. Bishop G5 will be there as we showed earlier. So yeah, very likely he's going to trade some pieces and castle.
And it should also probably be pointed out that, even if black goes H4, it's one of those pawn situations where you push one pawn and then white pushes the other one. and you can never really make a lot of progress in terms of inducing weaknesses in White's kingside. So this is a very dangerous situation for Shirov and for Dominguez, and he's had a phenomenal tournament so far, really with the exception of that one hallucination against Wesley So, but his tournament can't be judged on the basis of that. If he wins today's game, even if he doesn't win his group, he can hold a set up high, without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get all the games back on the screen and check out what updates we have. And look, Dania, the game of Esipenko and Hikaru is just happening what we predicted. Queen is on e7, rook is on b8, but we really dislike that setup from black.
Yeah, I mean, that is interesting. We have a transformation also in the Wesley game, bottom right-hand side. You can see that he has traded on e6, and black has another set of hanging pawns, these ones on the F and E files, versus this is a pretty unusual scenario, actually, where he had C and D pawns, and now he's got E and D pawns. So I don't know what to make of that. We'll revisit that in a short while. But is it just me or Fedoseev and Rapport? Well, let's look at Fedoseev Rapport. Let's see if Vladimir has been able to get any sort of edge here with the white pieces. Okay, so what were we seeing? We were seeing all of this, whatever, bishop h5, queen b3, rook b8, bishop b5, castles, knight a5, okay, kicking the queen away. Queen a3, a6, bishop d3, and b5. So that's a pretty ambitious sequence, Caddy, by Richard Rapport. He's not messing around on the queen side. He's saying, I'm actually going to grab some space, and if you're not careful, White's queen could be in just a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, already limited. There are 2 squares before c3 for that queen, and black can start to occupy c file, maybe trade the light square bishop to have an access on c4 square. Looks like Robert is very ambitious in here. Sorry, Richard. Robert is not ambitious.
Robert is also pretty ambitious. I think he would handle it in a similar way. Well, yeah, I mean, what I would do with white is go rook ac1, actually, for that exact reason, just to control the c4 square. And, b4 doesn't trap the queen. This is very important because the queen will have the a4 square. So b4 is not actually a threat. And in fact, it weakens all of these pawns. Okay, so what is Rapport going to do if Fedoseev goes rook ac1? Well, maybe it's as simple as a move like queen b6, just get another piece onto the queen side. And, I think black is a very decent position here. I still think that the likeliest outcome of this game is a draw, just because of the incredibly symmetrical pawn structure.
Yeah, right? I see.
Yeah, it's a pretty slow-moving game. Not much to say here. The engine actually gives white a slight advantage after rook ac1, and it says that, wow, was giving knight h4 at someone. That's not happening, but just rook c2 and rook fc1 apparently is a little bit better for white.
It can be because this knight and the queen sort of stack to each other, and the queen can't move. Knight cannot really get on c4 yet, and if white simply tries to fight on c file, black cannot really handle that, right? With this rook c1 next move.
Yeah, rook c8, rook c1, and white wins the battle over the c file. That is a very important point, actually. And I think the other thing to point out is that if black plays d5 and tries to get a knight to c4, that's not dangerous. White can play b3 at any moment, completely restricting this knight. And the only outcome of that move is that, well, black has created these very, very weak dark squares that white can occupy with the knight and with the queen respectively. So, and Vladimir does indeed go rook ac1. Maybe he is going for a little something here.
Yeah, we might say something here. For now, this is really peaceful position. Shall we go to the game of Esipenko and Nakamura to figure it out what is happening.
Well, they're literally following exactly the line that we predicted.
Yeah.
Queen e7, knight bd2. Now Hikaru kind of bites the bullet and says, okay, I need to defend this pawn, otherwise I'm never getting my bishop out. And bishop takes a7, knight takes a7. And okay, so there's an important detail here, Ketty. White could have considered bishop takes a6 there, but it's not an Andrei's style, and instead he goes d4. You know, once again, we literally had this position on the board when we were analyzing. White is better. No question about it. White is better.
Yeah, controlling the center. Yeah, talking about a bishop h6 not being the style of Esipenko, I think if Hikaru is with white, we have seen him capturing pawn on a6, and very likely he could capture that pawn. And the idea of this is actually if black captures the bishop back, then rook on b8 will be hanging. But white to bring so much of complications here with white when it is just perfect position if you occupy
this is what you're talking about, right? I mean, a lot of complicated stuff here. Both bishop h3 connects the rooks. Sorry, it didn't mean to interrupt. You continue.
Yeah, it's fine. But instead of this, why not to push the pawn on d4 and get more space advantage? And look at this knight on e7. A7, it looks so bad there.
Yeah, and I would consider going knight c6 if I'm Hikaru.
Yeah.
And for Andrei, you know, the engine in such positions always likes to suggest d5, but I don't like the move d5 at all. I feel like if anything, it closes down the diagonal. And why does the engine over evaluate these types of moves? I think it's because it gives a big space advantage, and the computer loves its space advantages. But Andrei is under no obligation to go d5, and instead I would make the general improving move rook fe1. And, you know, this is unpleasant. You know, white's got more space, yes, but black also has a hard time developing in the way that he wants to develop, because bishop e6 always runs into the fork. And if you play bishop d7, well, that's a little bit awkward. And I don't think Hikaru is in any mortal danger yet. I don't think it's even close to that. But if Andrei continues pressing, Hikaru might start feeling really uncomfortable as this game goes on.
But can still try knight f1, knight d3, knight g3, as it often happens in these positions. And just because white has more space, white still has more moves like this in pocket to bring it.
Yeah, that's one of the products of having more space, is that you just have more room, as you said, to get your pieces to where they want to go. It's just easier. You have more access to more airports. You know, you can fly wherever you want to fly. So, okay, well, good.
D4 is on the board.
Yes, it is. Hikaru down to 51 minutes. Time not really a problem for anybody in this round just yet. And we will see how Andrei tries to nurture his advantage. And maybe we should return now to the bird's eye view. Take a look at some of the other developments. Okay, so what do we see here? Well, top left, Ketty, queen c5, queen d2 happened in the Grischuk game. Shall we have a look at that?
Okay, let's go. Let's see that position.
Okay, so queen c5, we discussed this. Queen d2, you can't really take the rook because you drop d6 with check. And instead, Etienne going bishop c6. Now he's threatening queen takes g1. Now he's threatening to take, because after queen takes d6, king e8, white is going to have no follow-up.
Yeah, that's right. How about rook g5? That's what we thought that white would follow up.
I'm 99% sure Bacrot wants to play e5, and I think that's why he played bishop c6, in order to guard the d5 square, because you really can't allow a knight to get to d5 uncontested.
Yeah, and maybe he wants to push then b5 before. And, you know, at the moment you get knight on d5, for instance, here. After knight d5, bishop takes d5, and you want to take it with a piece to keep the weakness on d6. then in the end, black can trade the queens. Knight f4 comes very strong. And look at this position, knight versus bishop. That seems to be a way better piece.
Completely dominates the bishop. I mean, good knight, bad bishop. And well, this is, and let's not forget about the weaknesses on White's king side. So you're right. I think it's hard for White to get a knight to d5, and it's incredibly hard for White to do anything about this bishop. So the engine suggests in this position the move knight to e2. I've seen this idea before. I mean, going knight g3, knight f5 is the point. And you know what White is threatening here? This is kind of cute. If Black plays a nonchalant move, this comes all of a sudden. White plays b4. And what this shows is how bad of a defender a queen is. The queen is not good at defending specific points in the position because it is so easy to attack. And that's it. Black can resign. You have to move the queen back. And this is simply checkmate. So Black has to be very careful. Knight e2 creates this very hidden threat of b4. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I like this idea. But why did I play bishop c4?
Wow. And someone in the chat actually proposed that. What a move. What a move.
Well, it's not hanging.
Well, it is. The point is queen takes d6. And what Grischuk is saying here is that he's just got a long-term attack against the king. And king f6 is pretty much unthinkable due to e5, and the king is driven forward, where it's going to get mated, obviously. After king e8, rook d4 wins the queen. No, it's not the long-term attack. He just traps the queen. Look at that. Wow. What an idea by Grischuk. And here Black can resign. The queen literally just has no squares.
Wow, bishop c4. Such a tricky move by Alexander Grischuk. He says, like, come on, take me and I'll show you what's happening.
I mean, and I'll tell you what, after rook a d8, I think his point is that he's just going to tuck the bishop away on b3, and at least the bishop is doing something. At least it's, it's aiming at the e6 pawn. It might make possible sacrifices on d5 that you had mentioned, Ketty, all that way back when we were talking about queen c5. So I think this is a lovely idea by Grischuk. And yeah, he lost yesterday, but he really isn't one to tilt. He plays very objective chess every single game, and he's got a lot of time as well.
It's a brand new person.
Yeah, are we sure it's Grischuk? He's got more than 5 minutes after 17 moves.
Yes, I love this idea of bishop c4, getting this bishop on b3, where also targets e6 square, and in the lines where we were saying like g6, Black can play, there might be some sacrifices on e6 and then g6, just additional ideas like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you kind of have to do that when you're playing. I mean, you can't just, it's not just all about calculating what you see in the present moment. It's also about understanding, seeing the overall territory, understanding what the ideas are, and keeping an account of that in order not to miss the opportunity when it arises. So no, yeah, I like this. I like this position a lot for Sasha.
And he has a lot of ideas here. We might see some interesting sacrifices too. He can also play bishop c5 at some point just to bring that bishop there, but he needs a good calculation for that. He really needs a good calculation for that. If it's really worth it to play, to open up the e file, then queen g5 comes with a check, rook e1 comes with a check. So I kind of feel he's very comfortable here.
For sure, he's in his element. He's got a lot of time. And Bacrot will have to be very, very careful in the next couple of moves. Okay, so let's go back to the bird's eye view, and maybe let's look at one more game. Let's see. Well, we have more developments in Wesley's game. We have a trade of rooks. That game seems to be moving toward a draw. That's bottom right-hand side of your screen. Ketty, what else catches your eye?
So far, all the games we have predicted all the moves, right?
Yeah, we're doing a good job. Queen d7 in the Shirov game. We're calling it.
Yeah, it's nice. Also, Oparin against Wojtaszek. We have knight on d5.
Oparin against Wojtaszek. Yeah, let's actually look at that one. Knight d5. So we also kind of discussed this. Knight c5, knight e3, bishop e6. An interesting move by Radoslav. He decides that the priority for black is actually to defend the d5 square. And after queen d1, only now does he play e4. And Oparin still decides to play knight c to d5. So I suppose black is going to play bishop takes d5. And then we're probably going to see c takes d5. And there is this maneuver, Keddy, knight f d7, knight e5, and then knight d3. And white really doesn't want to give away the dark squared bishop.
Yeah, I like this idea to get on d3. Can somehow white stop it with pushing d4 to give up the light square bishop, at least to develop that bishop? Oh, that's horrible move. That's horrible move.
But the reason why is pretty hidden. Like queen a5 check, queen d2, knight d3 check, bishop takes d3. Well, not king takes d3. I mean, that would be great. And now bishop b4 wins the queen. No, that's a good try. Without it, d4 is actually a very reasonable move. If black plays e takes d3, then after bishop takes d3, white is totally chilling.
Yeah.
So,
but there is a check there, and it makes me feel that this queen e2 and all this setup from white was way too much, and he was too optimistic with his idea to win a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this whole queen e2 business, it was definitely not his preparation, and it just doesn't strike me as particularly impressive. But we'll see. I mean, Wojtaszek, insofar as one can speak of weaknesses, I think he's had a little bit of trouble in recent years, sometimes punishing this kind of play and really delivering the killer blow. So we'll see how he handles it today.
Yeah, we're gonna see that. What else we do have to our bird's eye view? So far, we're doing so great job predicting all these moves.
Yeah, we're basically calling it. We have some moves in Fedoseev Rapport. By the way, Hikaru, top left-hand side, has gone back to c6, as you know, we also had mentioned, and I'm going to predict rook f to e1 for entree. And I think the reason we're being so successful is just because a lot of these positions are relatively simple. And it's like, okay, there just aren't that many possible good moves in those simple positions.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, there's also the Vidit Keymer game. Do you think we should swing to that one, or?
Yeah, let's say that we have not seen it quite off some time, and we do have very interesting constructor there.
Yeah, and this is okay. So let's rewind a little bit. We remember Vincent's move rook b8, which had the idea of defending the bishop on b7. Vidit going rook e1. Yeah, and there we go, knight f6. So the whole point is after knight f6, queen f6, this is no longer dangerous. Black just plays knight takes e5. So Vidit says, no, I'm not trading knights. I'm going to get my knight back. Knight e7, opening up the diagonal. Knight e5, trading bishops. Vincent going c6, building up this sort of Slav-like pawn wall. Queen d3 and queen c7. Rook b d8, very natural moves by both sides. And a very ambitious move here by Vidit, b4, expanding on the queen side. And I think, Keddy, a lot of people in the chat might just assume that white is better here just because of how active his pieces look. But let's not forget that the d4 pawn is also quite a big weakness, and it can be attacked potentially with knight f5.
True. This pawn structure dc against c and e looks like white has more space advantage. White has more active pieces like knight on e5, and they're both rooks there, and also queen. But in practice, it's not so bad for black. And you can also have some counterplay like knight f5 attacking d4, also double the rooks on d file, sometimes even look for some c5 breakthrough. And it looks a bit passive. It is a bit passive, but it's holdable.
Yeah, there is one thing though. If you play knight f5 immediately, it appears that Vidit has cooked up the move d5. And well, if you take with the e pawn, then you lose the knight. If you take with the c pawn, you get forked. But black has under no obligation to play knight f5. Black can play knight g6 first of all, and offer a trade. And the engine likes the move knight back to d7, which also makes some sense to me. I mean, you want to get rid of your opponent's strongest piece on a fundamental level, and that's what the knight on e5 is. Or you could probably play, oh no, rook f8 is bad because of this move. Oh, this is very tricky. Knight e4. Oh, look at this. And if you take on e4, you drop the pawn on f7. And if you don't take on e4, then white's going to take on f6. So no, Vincent has to be careful here.
Yeah.
But
like,
if he...
we fell for 2 traps already, and also very natural move. Knight f5, so natural. Rook d8, so natural.
Well, both ways of attacking d4 are wrong because of different tactical refutations. That's pretty awesome. And this is who Vidit is. I mean, at his best, he's such a tricky player. I mean, he just like, he finds these little resources everywhere, and it's a minefield. Okay, Vincent has to be very disciplined here. He can't rush in this position.
Yes, very interesting. Still, we know that it's okay here for black. The engine also says it's okay, but they're humans, they're playing, and we might see some mistakes. And Vincent, he blundered a central pawn yesterday against Aronian.
Yeah, that was
out of sight, and we could never expect that, and we could never predict that. Happening. Let's get back over all the games and check it out. What's happening? Chat says that Hikaru blundered something.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's still the position after knight c6, but wait a minute. I think I understand what the engine is saying. Now, do you remember where I mentioned this bishop takes a6 resource?
Yeah.
So obviously you can't take right now because the knight defends the rook, but what you could do is play d5. Now, I said that this move is bad. Well, it's not bad if you follow it up with bishop takes a6. So Hikaru is probably planning to return to a7, and now I think the engine was initially falling in love with bishop takes a6, but again, I would argue that after bishop takes h3, the engine was initially over evaluating that position. Yeah, probably white can even get away with bishop takes b7 followed by a6, but this is far from clear. I mean, bishop drops back to g4, and if you play a6, then black can play bishop takes f3, and you don't have any good way to capture. If you take with a pawn, you allow knight h5. If you take with a knight, you walk into knight takes c4. So calling knight c6 a blunder is completely inaccurate. It might be a slight inaccuracy, but, and there we go. Andre deciding not to go for that line and going rook fe1. But it is hard for black to find a move here. I would guess Hikaru will go bishop d7. That's what I would guess. And I think he's going to make that move pretty quickly too. And then the question is going to be, well, how does Andre improve?
Yeah, that's how I felt, that Andre doesn't want to give some chance here to Hikaru to complicate the position, because Hikaru is really good in calculations and tactics, and he knows about this, and he's kind of holding a slightly pleasant position because of the center, and he doesn't want to give it up. And that actually makes sense. For some players, this might be a chance, because Esipenko is in the situation that he wants to bring some complications, because draw is not a good result for him. He wants to win here. It's only one result for him. For Hikaru, he has 2 results in this game. But once again, that's his style, and very likely he wants to feel comfortable in his position rather than to bring any complications.
Yeah, definitely. Andre wants to play his type of chess, but he also wants to do it in a way that is conducive, as you said, to complications. So we will keep an eye on his attempts to do that. We will be monitoring the Esipenko Nakamura game as well as the other really interesting games from this round. But first, we are going to go on a short break, so please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. The games are beginning to enter a very interesting stage. You're watching the FIDE Grand Prix preliminary group stage. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Christopher Yu's puzzle score that he just threw up in a practice round. Let's bring that up.
Look at
Dude,
that.
he's just throwing down, putting up a casual 47.
Chill. I just got out of bed, sipped some water, 47. He got to 50, but that's 48. He can close the gap. 26 seconds left. He can't get another one wrong.
Oh my God. Dude,
He
if you
finds
pulled
it,
off the
still
comeback,
two.
you had to win by 2 heading into this last round. Oh,
I don't know what's about to happen. I have no idea what is about to happen. You can hold your breath for 10 seconds here.
Strike. Oh no, Christopher goes out
Chris
with
is
2
out.
strikes.
Oh wait,
but he got 2.
Oh my goodness.
Are we tied?
It's tied, right? That's the
Holy
2. That's
we're
plus
tied.
2. Men out here beating himself up. Let's get that on camera. That 52. Wow.
Oh my God, Minley was tapping his head. He's like, what's going on here?
46.
Okay.
Extending.
Oh, I'm nervous.
Yeah, too. Like, I don't know what's gonna. 20 seconds.
Oh no,
This is
I'm
down to the wire
dropping like
chat.
this. Oh, he gets
Oh, it's
T3, but he
over.
misses it.
Oh my
Minley
goodness.
strikes out.
It's out of there.
Christopher Yu
there.
moves on.
Wow, Christopher,
Oh
you what
my
to do?
Gosh,
Real
bro.
hard flex from a young fella. Wow.
Dude, this is the best mutual run we've had all day. 53 and 52.
Absolutely. 53, 52.
2 people at 53.
What on earth are they doing?
Oh
They're running
my
up the check
gosh.
Hikaru's got
Hikaru's
52.
got 52.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
With more time,
And
he's
got
gonna beat him.
53.
He's got 53.
He's gonna beat him.
He beat Jeffrey.
Andrew has 52. No,
Shut
Andrew has
up.
52. Oh my God, Andrew has 52.
Oh my goodness, 53,
Oh my God.
52. Jeffrey
Where did
could
he take
lose. He
And
got it.
73. He got it. He got it. The last run.
The last run?
53.
This is insane.
What?
Oh my lands, there's 50,
Man.
20 seconds left. Can he get to 52 or 53?
Green.
He gets to
My
51.
goodness.
He gets to 52. Jimis with a third strike.
What a
In
show.
trouble here.
Sheesh.
53.
Woo.
Oh my
All
goodness,
green.
he's gonna go 54.
Big Ray.
Oh
and
my
have
God,
a
he's gonna
nice
get
day.
55.
Wow. For caps.
Oh,
my
he
name.
almost made 55. He gets
Ugh.
a 10-point lead.
54.
And not a single strike. Jimis has 51 as well. What a great way to end a fantastic Puzzle Battle World Championship. Just look at this, 53-52.
That's how you end it.
Ray Robson is, for the 3rd time in a row, the Puzzle Battle World Champion.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 leg 1. And here we are back, Katie and Danya. And all the 5 games still in progress, 1 down. But these games are so slow today. For some reason,
Yeah.
I hope at
Yeah.
some point we're gonna have time trouble. They're gonna have time trouble, and we're gonna have more fun here.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Today's games are a grind. I mean, just lots of symmetrical positions. They're taking massive amounts of time in the opening. And starting from the bottom left, I mean, Grischuk Bacrot is one of those games which has the potential to get interesting, but at the moment, it's sort of a more tame Sicilian. Then to the right of that, we have the Esipenko Nakamura game where Hikaru is taking a lot of time. He's got below 35 minutes now after only 15 moves. So that's a game which has a high time pressure potential.
Mm-hmm.
We have the Oparin Wojtaszek game where we had that trade on d5, and then Wojtaszek dropped his bishop back to d7. And it's been a while since we've looked at the Dominguez Shirov game, and I feel like that game is sort of moving at a snail's pace. One of them must be already in some time pressure. Yeah, Lenier has 45 minutes and Alexei has 39 minutes. So that is going to be a pretty epic time scramble. I'm calling it here and now.
You know what? We're going to have all the craziness happening at the same time as even Grischuk is not spending his time on the clock that he is so known with it.
Yeah, a little weird. I don't know who came to the board today. Shall we take a look at, Wesley is actually expanding his advantage, or so it appears.
Okay, let's get in there. Seems like he has very nice pawns now in the center.
So I think there was a mistake. Queen c5. I mean, I don't think Harikrishna took this seriously enough. Wesley trades on e6, and the problem, well, there's actually two problems for black. The first is that e6 is very, very weak, and white can always attack it from h3. The second problem is that black is going to give up the c file. No matter how black handles this, white will have control of the c file, and that means we'll take stakes rook c1, obviously. Queen b2, rook c2, get out of there. Queen b6, and Wesley not only has the c file in control, but now he's doubled on the c file, and now he has a big threat of going rook c6 and winning the e6 pawn. So Harikrishna responds by going e5, but obviously that also now weakens the d5 square. As for rook c5, this is highly unpleasant position.
Really, I really like those pawns in the center for some reason. I can't agree more that white has nothing to worry. The pawn structure looks nice. There is c5 occupied by white, and the bishop here can be targeted d5 weakness, just coming back on g2. But there is some lines like black can push d4, start to create the pass pawn there, and then move around a little bit with the knight. But this did not really scare you, right?
No, and I mean, black's king weakness also hurts him. Like if black goes d4, knight d5, there's going to be bishop c4 related stuff coming in at the right moment. And by the way, rook c5 is not forced. Rook c6 is another possibility here, kicking the queen away, seeing where the queen is going to land. And well, if you go back to b2, then black loses after rook c8 check. King f7 is forced, and now queen c7 check picks up the rook. So that's a good example of how the c file control is used to transform the advantage into something else. And no, this is very unpleasant. I don't think it's +2 as the eval bar is kind of giving right now, but it is nasty for black. And you know, these central pawns really are not going anywhere.
Okay. What do you think about this rook and the queen of white? Just rook being front of the queen. They create more danger for black's king, or not really?
Yeah, they do, and it's a lot better than black's arrangement of queen in front of the rook, because the best that black can do when you're leading with the queen is to offer a queen trade. The best that white can do is essentially checkmate when you lead with the rook. So from all perspectives, I think white is much better. I mean, this is what Wesley does so incredibly well. He takes these positions where he's a tiny bit better, and in the span of 5 or 6 moves against someone like Harikrishna, you know, he converts them into essentially winning positions. So Harikrishna has really struggled in this tournament to keep his discipline in these types, well, in a lot of different types of positions.
Agree with that. So e5 has been just played, and now Wesley is taking his time, and seems like he can always trade the rooks and give some checks then, or first to even activate the bishop, like bishop h3, to have that bishop there. Maybe at some lines he will need this bishop to give a check on e6. That can be an option.
For sure an option in certain positions. I mean, here it allows the queen trade, but in general, I agree completely. Bishop h3, bishop e6 is a maneuver that should absolutely be considered. Absolutely should be considered.
Okay, we're getting somewhere in this position, and
I'm just opening the window, get some fresh air in here. And Harikrishna needs to get some fresh air into his position, because he is look at all these weaknesses. Ugh, ugly stuff.
Yeah, the thing is that these Grand Prix are not, it is basically European player friendly, also European spectator friendly. It very often starts at 3 p.m. and that's maybe
that is an early, no, it is early start time. It's a 4:30 a.m. wake up time for me, and let's put it this way. Anybody who's watched my stream for more than like a day knows that I'm not, I don't go to bed at 8 p.m. usually. I mean, I don't know anybody who does. So
yeah,
it's a grind for sure. It's a grind, but the games are interesting, and my co-commentator is pretty good. So I'm happy to be where I am.
It's really nice. It also affects in some ways the players. We have seen Wesley starting so slow this tournament. He made the first 2 draws, and he was showing the games like he was not in his best shape. And also Hikaru, he made first draw in Berlin, and it was really, really boring game, let's put it this way. But now, after the time they adjusted more European time zone, they started to show their best.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I've switched here to the Shirov game, by the way, as you were talking. And well, what's going on here? As we discussed, I mean, Shirov did castle queenside, Kenny, which is, I mean, if he castled kingside, he would have gotten mated. So he castled queenside, and here comes Lenier's knight. Here comes Lenier's knight, and it's coming to e3. And you know what else is making this very nasty for black? It's the fact that if he ever takes on b3, after a takes b3, the a file is open, and white can start pushing this b pawn down the board. So I would probably consider rook h8. But now you allow queen h7. See, this is what I'm talking about. All these holes in black's position just make it really hard to maneuver. And if you go in the other rook, then you allow d5. Like, you can barely move. You can barely move. It's a fork. The bishop is trapped. So you look at this optically, okay, Shirov's position looks okay. But when you delve a little bit deeper, you see that it's riddled with weaknesses. And this bishop on g7 is not exactly, the epitome of a good bishop. It's just sort of staring down white's pawn chain, staring down the barrel of the pawn chain, which is not the best placement. So I'm not going to try to overstate it. I don't think Alexei is actually losing, but it's incredibly unpleasant. He doesn't have a lot of time either.
Yeah, but he cannot really move pieces around, as he caused already some weaknesses in his position. And white on the other hand, just have very good pawn structure, and all he needs now is to develop the bishop, just end the development, connect the rooks, and then at some point he can even try to push c4, d5 to get more space advantage in the center.
Absolutely. And Alexei is contemplating how to try to reduce the damage done by his opening play, which is definitely backfired. It was a good try, but Lenier is always so well prepared. He is not deterred by aggressive opening play. So let's return to our bird's eye view and see if we have any updates in the other games. Okay, so we have Wesley, of course, going rook c6, as we discussed, in the bottom right-hand side. We have Etienne Bacrot over on the other side of the top left, going pawn g6 in order to solidify his position. And a decision was made by Andre in the game against Hikaru. Let's go to that game, because he's made a very, very big decision to go d5.
Yeah, he closed the center anyway, but it was already too late to pick up the a6 pawn, as Hikaru developed his bishop and the rook was no longer hanging. Just remember, Dania, it was Esipenko yesterday against Bacrot who went for knight a4 sacrifice, and then bishop a4, knight on d2 was hanging. As Bacrot played c3. I don't really want to think that maybe he did not even look after this bishop a6 move, but if he really wanted to push d5, he could do it earlier, no?
Well, he could, but I guess his point is he could have done it here, but I think he actually played rook fe1, and I didn't notice this at first, but now I'm realizing it. He played it in order to prepare d5. What does that mean? Well, he's given himself the f1 square for the bishop. This is a really nice square, Ketty, because It allows white, if necessary, to play the move g3 when the h3 pawn is going to be well protected. It's just a nice bishop. It solidifies white's king side. And what Andre is saying is, yeah, I close down the position, but I'm going to have this incredibly efficient and very, very nasty queenside pressure. I think he's going to go c4 in this position. He's going to move the queen to c3, and then he's just going to go b4, c5, and try to steamroll black on the queen side. In the meantime, Hikaru is going to have a very, very hard time creating counterplay on the king side. And really, I think this is the key for Hikaru. If he wants to stay in the game, I think he needs to figure out a way to get something going on the king side. Now, it's not as easy as playing f5 because white takes on f5, and, well, the e4 square is now a big weakness. And even there's the move knight d4, trying to get the knight to e6. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Hikaru to do that. But that's what he does best, as he goes knight h7. Yeah, he's going for the slow death.
He think that he wants to push f5, or he just waits a little bit, maybe knight f8, knight g6 to get on f4, but that's pretty much stopped really easily by g3.
Yeah, I mean,
look at these knights. a7, h7.
h7 and h7. Pretty. That is hilarious. You don't see that every day, by the way, as Andre does indeed go c4. You don't see that almost ever. Yeah, no, I think he has two ideas. I think okay, well, there's the second one, knight g5, which Hikaru plays immediately. But I don't understand. What if Andre just goes queen e3 here? Queen e3, hitting, no, not hitting a8, but hitting the knight on a7. What is Hikaru going to do here? I mean, if
is he thinking about, oh, that's so bad.
Look at this position.
C5. How about c5 instead? How about c5 instead?
How about c5 instead? That was like 4 mouse slips in the span of 2 seconds. Here, I'm afraid that white has the move b4.
And if rook c8, then knight comes on b3, right?
Exactly.
And forces to take.
Yes, exactly. So after knight f3, rook c8, I think there's a couple of things that white can do, but knight d2 is the simplest. Yeah. And yeah, let's make a random move for black. What is the idea? Well, I want to play bc and then go knight b3, and here black can resign. That knight on a7, I underestimated how much trouble this knight is going to cause black. I thought, well, Hikaru is going to find a way to activate it, but there is no way to activate it. It's totally stuck there. It can go to c8, but it doesn't have anywhere to go from there. I'm calling it. I think Andre is going to go queen e3, and this, with every passing move, seems to get more and more unpleasant for Nakamura.
And in case if white captures first knight on g5, is Hikaru going to capture it back with a pawn or with a queen?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, taking with the pawn makes some sense. Trying to get g4 in, at least get some semblance of counterplay. Although,
like g6, king g7, or
rook h. Yeah. G6, king g7, rook h8. It's very slow. White can even probably go f3 and just prevent g4 once and for all. But if queen takes g5, you have to deal with the possibility of queen e3. Andre could choose to transition into a very much risk-free endgame. I don't think this is the most principled continuation, but that's another thing for Hikaru to have to worry about. And was queen e3 played? Yes, it was.
Queen e3 played, and Hikaru very fast captured the knight on f3. White captured the knight on f3. Now a7 knight is hanging, and black has, let's say black has only one option here, because c5 is something that you give chance white to play after b4, knight d2, knight b3. If you play b6, then white can open up the rook on a file by capturing that pawn.
Yeah.
Also, you can push b4 anytime.
Or even here. Again, the fact that there's this x-ray is really, really hurting black. This is almost resignable. I mean, this position particularly, white's just getting all these pawns marching forward. And Hikaru, I think for that reason, he goes knight c8. And I think it's not unlikely that we see either b4 from Andre, or there's a different way of preparing c5. You can go rook a c1 to prepare c5 that way. but probably I personally would not be able to resist the temptation of b4.
Yeah, that's right. It's, seems to me this queenside pawn structure is the king's Indian, but in this position there is not counterplay on the king side with f5, f4, and king side attack. So it leaves white all alone to push the pawns on the queen side and get more space advantage, open up the b or c file,
Right.
and just slowly outplaying black.
And if I may, Ketty, Hess, as much as I hate to read Robert Hess's comments in the chat, I have to begrudgingly admit that he brings up an interesting point. Let me read it out. Genuine question. Do you think Hikaru, to this point, has refrained from initiating any captures or committal decisions because of the tournament standings? Like, he didn't take on e3 or play bishop e6 himself in the opening, and now he's super passive but no clear target yet, though a clear plan for queenside expansion. In the current position, sometimes needing a draw has us playing too passive in a way. And that's very true. I mean, what Hess is referencing is that moment when Hikaru could have played bishop e6 either here or most probably on the next move, giving up b7. But that is indeed the mentality. When all you need is a draw, I mean, you can often justify passive play by saying, well, I mean, I don't want to unbalance the position on my own accord, right? I just want to play quote unquote solid chess. But sometimes when you play like that, yeah, you end up just getting more and more passive until all of a sudden you look up and you've got no activity at all, and your opponent is just sort of squeezing you off the board. And Esipenko is not one of the better people to play like this against. He's very good at punishing this kind of play, in my opinion.
Yeah. I've been so many times punished because of my passive play in the last round when I was a half point ahead of my opponent.
Yeah.
Thousands of time, and then I came up with the idea like it's better to be the one who has half a point less than the others, and just to catch them up.
Oh, that's absolutely. I mean, leading before the last round of a tournament is one of the most nerve-wracking sensations you can possibly have. Yeah. Only rivaled by the sensation that you get a norm if you draw. Ugh.
Yeah.
Can't get any sleep then.
I've been all there. All of us have been there. And yeah, this might be because of the passive play from Nakamura. This is his last chance. And he's playing against his very direct opponent, Andreas Esipenko.
Yeah, whom he beat with the white pieces, I believe, in the first game. And there's b4. Andre playing very logically, very consistently, and quite fast. He's got 45 minutes for the second half of the moves until time control on move 40. And we remind you that the time control of this tournament is 90 minutes. It's very simple, 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then 30 minutes added on top of that after move 40 with a 30-second increment from the start. Easy to remember. Man, I want to just make sure the chat understands what I'm saying and not saying. I don't think black is lost. I don't even think black is that close to being lost yet. In order for black to be lost here, white has to demonstrate, like, the pressure on the queen side has to become overwhelming. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, for the time being, black doesn't have any weaknesses yet. If Andre goes c5 and then c6, then yes, at some point, if he continues to play well, he should win this game. But there's plenty of fight left, as evidenced by Hikaru's last move. There he goes f5, and he says, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die on my feet.
Yeah, he's going definitely to fight in this game, and just having bad position doesn't really mean that you are losing already. But also the time situation, if our times are correct, which we have right now, seems like he's spending most of the time, having 27 minutes right now.
Not a lot, that's for sure. As we can return to our bird's eye view, we'll keep you posted on the way that this game unfolds. But Andrei Esipenko with an incredibly promising position, and what a clutch victory this would be indeed if he's able to carry this all the way home. Okay, we see top left, Grischuk going f4, trying to blast through Black's defensive construction with a move F5. Okay, but Harikrishna, oh my goodness, is just getting smothered here by Wesley. Man, Harikrishna has really collapsed, Ketty.
Yeah.
Let's go to that game.
All these latest moves just it gets worse and worse for Black.
Well, we saw Rook C6, Queen D8, Queen C. I mean, look at how many pawns Wesley's attacking. This one and this one, and Harikrishna apparently making another inaccuracy, E4, after which his pawns are now totally frozen. They're both on light squares, and guess what move? You call it, Ketty. Bishop H3, I think, is coming. Bishop E6, and what isn't happening here? I mean, Queen C5. Black's knight is also completely and utterly restricted. It doesn't have any prospect. White is technically winning here. I'm confident that I think Wesley's going to win this game.
Yeah, and also Rook cannot really leave the back rank so long because Rook C8 comes and wins the queen, and this this setup of the Rook being in front of the queen creates so much danger for Black. White can also start to target A5 weakness, Rook A6 or Rook C5. Bishop E6 can also target D5 together with Rook C5. So there are lots of ideas here for White.
Yeah, you could reposition the Rook to C7 if you wanted. You could go even Rook C7 here. And the point is to slice the queen off of the A5 pawn, and also, of course, to create pressure on the G7 pawn. So there's a lot of very promising moves here. And like I said, I think this is one of Wesley's greatest strengths. I mean, once he gets a position like this, he rarely lets go, and he converts these advantages and makes the conversion look so easy. But he's playing Harikrishna, who is far from an easy guy to beat out of a position like this.
Yeah, that's right. But here we do have a chance, and Wesley is the sole leader in Group D. So if he managed to win this big advantage position, he doesn't really care about the other kids in his group. He's all his own. And I bet he already feels that this is his chance, and it's very real.
Yeah, no, he knows that he's in control of this game. You can see him taking his time. He's got 33 minutes for 12 moves, plenty of time, and no need for him to rush. But a very high probability that Wesley wins this game and wins his group. Yeah. Okay. So,
let's get back our bird's eye view, and we can see that Dominguez Shirov, we do have an update here, and Shirov traded the bishops, allowed White to have semi-open a file, and he very quickly plays Rook E8. I bet he wants to make some trades, but even if you make some trades, then F7 pawn is also hanging at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Dominguez could go Queen D3. As you said, you can also go Queen F5. And we can take a slightly closer look at this. Yeah, he can go Queen F5 if he wants. That's a serious candidate move. And as you said, this F7 pawn is weak. Black is not enjoying himself in this endgame. Something tells me, though, that Lanier is going to go Queen D3. I just feel like, given the fact that the A file is now open and White has this idea of running the B pawn up the board, I don't see Lanier training queens here. Now, this is really cool. So Shirov can try the cute move Knight E5 here. Obviously can't take because the queen is hanging. And here White can just play Queen D1 and force the knight back to C6.
Yeah.
But if White tries to be cute and play Rook takes A7, White actually loses. Not because of Knight takes D3. Here he gets checkmated, but no, King B8. And whoops, your Rook is hanging, your Queen is hanging, and you're going to lose the Rook. So there are some pitfalls to avoid here, but by and large, White's position is tremendously solid.
Yeah. And here in this game, we also have Shirov a little bit struggling on time. He has less time than Dominguez. And in like about 5-7 minutes, this is going to be even more visible on his time. Let's get back our bird's eye view. I can see that Fedoseev's bar goes all the way up and gives white a huge advantage.
Whoa, this is big. This is big. Let's wait a minute. Rapport is doing something unbelievably risky and something that could backfire in an unbelievably unbelievable way. Let me just figure out what's going on here. Okay, so rook ac1, and Keddy, we were just a little bit skeptical about Rapport's play here because he's giving up the c file, which Fedoseev takes control of. Takes. And this is still not like terrible for black, but Rapport goes knight d5. Vladimir drops the rook back to c1 out of the reach of the knight. And this is where things start getting crazy. Rook d8. Okay, overprotecting d6. Knight h4. Wow, a really impressive move. Just sort of limiting this bishop. He wants to meet bishop g6 with knight takes g6. He wants to keep this bishop alive, essentially. And f5 by Richard. Very drastic decision, stopping g4, but obviously creating weaknesses. Bishop drops back to b1. And now a move that the engine hates, bishop e2. The reason it hates it is because of e4. But it's one of those things. Maybe the depth is low, because when I play this move, the bar drops tremendously. And I don't really understand why this is like winning for white. Takes. Oh, I guess queen takes d4. Oh, the knight is hanging. So no, you can't play queen takes d4. But you can play h6 and prevent knight g5. I don't know. This doesn't look as clear to me.
I was thinking after bishop e2, maybe it's move f3 to trap the bishop.
Yeah, but now black drops white's queen, I think.
And yeah, there was the idea of like bishop b5, right?
Well, yeah, and I mean, the queen is not
f4.
trapped technically, but e3 falls.
Yeah.
And then d4 falls on top of that. So good try there. And the other idea, I think, if white goes rook e1, kind of same vein, attacking the bishop, I think Richard just wants to play b4 and bishop b5. This is his idea. And if this happens, then probably black is okay. Although even in a position like this, e4 is coming, Keddy, and black's position does not inspire confidence. The king is kind of flimsy. I mean, and this is right up Fedoseev's alley. He's an e4 kind of guy. He's going to be thinking about this straight away.
Yeah, I like this move e4. Like after e4 and b4, queen has additional square on the king side. Queen g3 can be the move that white can consider to bring this queen on the king side, as white can also start to attack the king side after f5. That can cause the weakness of the king.
I think Fedoseev is going to play this move, and yeah, b4 here. You're calling it. Queen g3 might have been a detail that maybe Richard missed from a distance, because now there's also queen takes d4, and this is just highlights how bad black's king is here. At the end of this line, it may seem very unclear, but white simply goes rook c7, and black's position collapses. There's a mate threat.
Yeah.
Black
g6 knight takes g6.
Exactly. g6 knight takes g6 crashes through with checkmate. After queen h6.
Just take the pawn, knight f5.
Yeah. And look at this line, f4. It actually looks a little nasty, because if you move the queen, you lose the knight. But white has knight f5 anyway. And at the end of the day, bishop takes h7 check. You can't go to f8 because of the fork. And if you go to h8, white still plays e7. Then white plays bishop g6. And at the very least, white is going to emerge up in exchange. So this is just one of many sample lines that really show how dangerous the position is. But Fedoseev, nope, he goes rook e1. He goes rook e1. Doesn't go for e4. Okay.
Yeah.
Understandable. And he's still better, I think.
It's the move when you know that there is bishop is e2 is a blunder. If you know that's a blunder,
right,
you would definitely find it out. Why is that move? But this also looks nice, right? Because after b4, queen a4, bishop b5, queen cuts on d1, we just mentioned that here, even in this position, there is threat of e4.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Vladimir is aware of this idea. It's not like he's, blind to it. But again, I think you make a very good point, Ketty, which is that if somebody tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Oh, White has a really strong move in this position," undoubtedly he plays e4 10 times out of 10. But it's so much harder to make the right conclusions about a move that's this complicated when you don't know that bishop e2 was a mistake. It's an illusion that we all tend to fall into when we know the engine evaluation. So still a very good position for Fedoseev. He's got to be very happy that he really made something out of nothing given that opening. So we'll keep a close eye on the co-leaders game. Vladimir Fedoseev leading his group together with Wojtaszek, both of them locked in a very interesting struggle. But before we continue examining that struggle, Ketty, we are going to go on a short break. So
absolutely. And we're coming back with I think with very interesting positions and already very close to time trouble. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
Magnus Carlsen is on the brink of adding 5-time to his World Chess Championship resume. Will today be the day, or does the challenger keep us here just a little bit longer and maybe start the comeback story we're looking for?
In the Italian game, there are often lines where you have a variety of choices from the white side that also keep the pressure lasting. Maybe Jan does have some sort of tactical variation in mind.
He played G3?
Oh my gosh. It could just be him saying, like, he understands this is the match, and he figures going for the exchange sacrifice is his only chance to do something. I'm trying to justify the fact that G3 is a horrific blunder, and White is going to lose the game within the next 10 moves. This is just unbelievable. This is Magnus at his best, and a very difficult task for Jan Nepomniachtchi as the challenger.
The dominating storyline right now is blunder after blunder, and it just feels like it was gift wrapped to Magnus, and that's not how I ever want to remember any sort of chess game.
What now feels inevitable, but ironically, of all of Magnus's wins, the clinching game for the title may ultimately prove his most inaccurate game, just because he had so many ways to win, and this became a bit wild here toward the end.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming your way this June. Watch top players like Alireza Firouzja, Nepo, JKD, Fabiano Caruana, and more battle it out for their chance to face Mr. Carlsen for the next World Championship title. And of course, 2 of the spots in the Candidates Tournament will be assigned to the top 2 players with the most Grand Prix points, and we are watching the first of the FIDE Grand Prix tournaments in 2022. This is round 6, the final round of the preliminary group stage. Keddy, this is the all-important round when the winners of the groups will be decided, and only the winner of each group moves on to the next stage. There will be 4 people in total.
So it's going to be only 4 people in total, and in case if we have the tie in the groups and 2 players have the same points, then we're going to have playoffs where the time control will be less, and they're going to play rapid games, 2 rapid games. So also very interesting. Do you think that we're going to have tomorrow any tie breaks?
Well, I mean, the likeliest, I think, at this point is, well, let me think about that. You could have, so Dominguez is very likely to win, but so is So. So is So.
So is So.
So is So. So I don't think that's going to the tiebreak. I think Fedoseev and Wojtaszek are the likeliest by far to hit a tiebreaker. If either both of them draw or both of them win, which is less likely than them having a divergent result, but it's possible. That is our likeliest tiebreaker at the moment.
We're going to see very soon if we are about to get in tie breaks, but before that, we do have some updates in most of the games. So why not we choose a group and go in there? How about Daniel to get Group A and check out the game of Grischuk and Bacrot?
Let's do it. Let's take a look at Grischuk's position. It's heating up, and it looks like he's heating up in White's favor as Sasha Grischuk is trying to break down this defensive construction put together by Bacrot in our Rouser Sicilian. So we saw the move Bishop C4, Rook D8, Bishop B3, Bacrot going G6, and here comes Grischuk's pawn F4, Knight F6, and Rook up to G5. And oh my goodness, there was an insane, wait a second, was there Knight takes C4 here? Don't tell me that the players missed this unbelievable move, Keddy. Oh my goodness. Now, what's the point?
Yeah,
Knight E4, Bishop E4. After Rook C5 DC, it's an insane position. Look at this. So it looks like white just drops the queen back. Like, what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that after the trade and rook takes h2, white can't stop rook h1 at all. And rook h1 is going to recover the queen. White can try bishop c4. After rook h1, bishop f1, there's bishop g2. Knight takes c4 is almost winning for black.
2 extra pawns, which is more than enough to play in the same color bishop endgame.
This is crazy. So after bishop takes e4, Grischuk would have had to refrain from taking on c5, but no, then he's just losing. Bacrot goes d5, and black is up a pawn and is totally dominating. What an insane resource that both players missed. What a blind spot. And can you blame either of them for missing knight takes e4? I mean, Bacrot, with 19 minutes on the clock, my guess is that he played queen b6 almost automatically.
Yeah, we don't really look for many other moves when your queen is hanging. You just look for this safe spot or the spot where you can like attack the opponent's piece, but not something like you just take the pawn on e4 and give up the queen just like that.
Oh my lands. I mean, let me just, knight takes e4 is crazy. Yeah, you don't even think about that move because you don't even think about anything related to back rank. And it's not even like some situations, yeah, you know, if white's queen was on d7 somewhere and then you can't go back while defending the rook. But here you have absolutely no problem moving back and defending the rook. The problem is that later black plays rook takes h2. This is an amazing tactic to show, to give as an exercise for very strong players. Beautiful. But the fact remains, Bacrot goes queen b6. And now Grischuk will probably go rook e1, would be my guess, to protect the e4 pawn. Of course, now both players are aware that knight takes e4 has become a threat. So that's one move. Or Grischuk could go full steam ahead and just play f5.
I love this move, f5. You know, like you can first of all calculate all these lines because e4 pawn is still hanging and black can take that. First, you can play rook e1 to guard this and then keep this threat on the board, or to go right away and play f5.
Yeah,
and
it's
Grischuk has a lot of time to figure it out which one is the best here than better here. So it's better to have more time on the clock rather than to have 1 minute or 2 at this
But don't worry, he's already remedying that situation. Now he's back to 26 minutes for 20 more moves. So this is more familiar. By the way, e5 you can't play because after d takes e5, black opens up an attack on the queen. So really white's only possible breakthrough is f5 here. The question really is, yeah, is white going to prepare it with rook e1 or maybe even queen e2? Or does Grischuk just, go press on the gas pedal and, does he figure out some tempting continuation of the attack after f takes c6? Now here, by the way, f takes c6 is, well, this is interesting because rook g4, queen g5 check is a possibility. So there's a lot to calculate here. There's a lot of meat on the bone in this type of position. Big decision by Grischuk coming up, but he's going to be breathing a major sigh of relief after this game when he discovers what Bacrot had in this position. And Bacrot is going to be kicking himself, because these players expect themselves to find crazy stuff.
Yeah, and very often it happens that when you make the move, then you realize, oh, hold on, I had something better here. Or when you make a blunder, it's like, oh no, there's a blunder, and you just pray that your opponent don't see that. Do you pray, Daniel, when you blunder?
I basically do. No, when I've blundered, I tend to get up from the board. That's sort of my mechanism. I get up from the board, and I just because I feel like when I look at the board and I've blundered, I will give off subconscious signals that something is amiss. So it's worked on a couple of occasions. I have a couple of stories about getting up from the board, pretending that everything is fine, and then my opponent. I mean, the relief when your opponent doesn't exploit a blunder is among the greatest sensations of relief, and everybody can relate to that. True. Oh my God, I could breathe again. My opponent didn't play this move, which would have won the game immediately.
True. And I have realized that when I blunder, if my opponent don't play a move within few minutes and my opponent takes like 5, 10, 15 minutes, then I'm sure that he cannot say it. He cannot say it. And I'm starting to relax a bit.
You're chanting the mantra. Okay, he's not going to see it. He's not going to see it.
Yeah, no, you cannot say it. You cannot say it and you're hypnotizing.
Right.
Your opponent.
Yeah, looking at your opponent, you know, putting on Mikhail Tal sunglasses and hoping for the best. Well, we'll see how that game unfolds. I want to check into Oparin and Wojtaszek and then go to the Nakamura game because we've got developments in both. Okay.
Yeah, this game seems to be the most exciting from the beginning for today, as Oparin decided to play something unusual with white pieces, and he decided to capture the pawn very early and delay his development. And this is the outcome now, that still at this point he's not castled.
Yeah, I mean, this has backfired spectacularly, and white has to decide in which way to defend against the check. I mean, King F1 to me is out of the question because that just makes matters worse. So to me, I think he's probably deciding between knight e3 and bishop e3. And knight e3 is the more natural move because it opens up an attack against black's queen. But the issue is that after queen b8, again, you can't castle here because at the very least, black just takes this pawn. And if you don't castle, if you play a move like h3, then black can send this f pawn down the board, f5, f4, and literally just close his eyes and go f3. And just white has gone from the frying pan into the fire. White is totally busted here. Just look at that king. Oh my goodness, this is, and 10 minutes, Ketty, 10 minutes for over 20 moves in such a position. I mean, I don't see this happening for Oparin.
No. And what happens after bishop e3? We might have this same idea here, right? Like pushing the f pawn.
Yeah. So apparently the best move is actually to go bishop e3 and then to castle. But this is really hard to play. You have to figure out that after bishop takes h2, king h1, white is actually doing passably, although black has this idea of going rook e4, rook h4. Oh God, this is everywhere. It's very, very bad. Everywhere it's very, very bad. I just don't see this happening for Grigori.
I'm already starting to think maybe king f1 is not a bad move, as white has to anyway play h3 or some other pawn, g3. But he goes with knight e3. This is the safest. Safer than king f1, obviously. But
yeah, now
we have seen queen b8. There is also some ideas to get this queen maybe on d8. Like,
oh yeah,
it's
also
against castle anyway. Like if you castle, I do have queen h4. I do have bishop h2 right away. So if you play f4 here, I think I can take this f4 with the bishop.
Ketty, I hate to interrupt you, but we need to go to the Hikaru game like ASAP because spicy stuff is happening there. Wojtaszek is very clearly in the driver's seat. Sorry, but there's some crazy stuff we got to delve into. So the stuff is happening right here. So what has happened? We'll follow the game in just a second. Let me just very quickly update everybody on what happened. So after f5, bishop d3, queen f6 happened. And here Esipenko does something interesting. So he trains on f5, right? And then he goes knight d4. Okay, obviously you can't take the knight. Queen f7. And rather than going knight e6, which is to me the tempting move, he goes f4 and puts more pressure on e5. And apparently there was an incredible resource here that Hikaru has just missed. So here's the thing, Ketty, right? The rook on e8 is not defended enough. So the question is, well, can black do something to defend the rook?
Oh no! Is there knight
d6 opening up the connection between the rooks? And after AB, ED, now black isn't winning or anything, but after queen takes d4, c takes b6, this is as good as black's position has been in many, many moves. I mean, this is close to equal because you can't really take this pawn because black takes f4 and white's king is super, super weak. So knight b6, what an insane move. And the point is that if white moves his knight, well, that's really out of the question because you give up this very important c4 pawn. What an incredible resource that Hikaru has just missed. Instead of this, he's gone for the move c6, which is also a crazy idea, but crazy in the wrong way. If white takes on c6, probably does Hikaru want to play queen takes c4? No, but this loses to rook c1 and then c7. I really don't see what Hikaru wants to do against the simple d takes c6. Maybe knight e7, but then just f takes e5 and black's pawns start to collapse.
I was thinking about rook e7, but he could do it before c6 too. Without
rook e7,
that. Yeah.
like rook e7 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, now white's going to take on b7 and then go knight c6. Wait, why didn't he go? I guess rook e7 here, white can still go knight e6 with like basically with dominance.
Well, knight b6 was a really nice resource that was missed by Hikaru. He's not having any time trouble, but I think he doesn't feel comfortable in this position and in a whole situation, as it's the last round of this knockout system.
Oh, but this is an incredibly difficult thing to see, because you're thinking in this position of, you're thinking about the concept. I can assure you that Hikaru is aware that if the rook was defended, he would be able to take Esipenko's knight. Anybody can see that. It's just like going from that step. And this is what creativity is in chess, right? A lot of people think, well, Hikaru must have not realized that if the rooks were connected, then he can take Esipenko's knight. Well, that's not true. He realized that. It's just finding the actual execution of these things is ridiculously hard. And totally understandable miss.
Once again, this is the most important thing that we have to remember. We're here looking at the engines. We can move the pieces right, and take it back. Maybe he saw that and in the end he disliked it and give some evaluation there. It's like, okay, it's not enough for it's not worthy for me to go there, or there's no one there to tell any of the players like, you have advantage here, it's your moment, just think a little bit and find the proper move. Like very often we solve the puzzles, very strong puzzles, very hard puzzles, but when we have in our own games, just because we don't know that's the moment we have to make these decisions, we're just missing that chances.
Yeah, it's, or as they say, it's the easiest thing to find moves from the side.
Yeah.
When you're watching from the side, it's very apparent when there's a tactic. Now, I think some people in the chat are asking, well, how bad is this? Well, it's bad. If Andre takes this pawn on c6, black is in trouble. Once this happens, we're going to see what Hikaru has cooked up against this. My guess is that it is knight a7 or knight e7, which is obviously very, very messy and not in a good way. F takes e5, d takes e5, and at the very least, white can push this pawn to c7 and then take on e5. Black has knight c6, so black is going to win back the c7 pawn. And when the smoke clears, you're going to get a situation where white has a 3-on-2 on the queen side, and that's about it. Takes, takes, takes. Guess what? I don't think Hikaru's losing here. I think he's got decent drawing chances. So if they follow this path, I think that Andre will have to demonstrate some very, very difficult technique in order to win a position like this. It's just a 3-on-2, and white's king isn't really safer than black's king. So very important not to always jump to extremes and say, oh, he missed this move, he's losing. No, he's not losing. If he plays accurately, he still has drawing chances, and Andre is pretty low on time.
That's right. So we are looking here of Andrei's next move. So far, what we have seen is a really nice play from Andrei Esipenko, who is just playing his next game, and he chose the safe path here. And now this is the situation when he has something to come up and have just grow the advantage. And we will see if he is able to find it out. Shall we get the bird side view back and check out what's happening in Wesley So Pentala Harikrishna's game?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on there. Let's just go straight to that game because, oh my goodness, has Wesley messed this up? Oh my goodness, I think Wesley has messed it up. I think that Wesley is not going to win. And how did this happen so quickly?
Yeah, let's take a look. He went for a5 pawn. That was not a good way.
So he went a4. This was disliked by the engine because of Harikrishna's response. And I think here Wesley completely missed Harikrishna's main source of counterplay. Like all of a sudden after queen g4, the queen is getting into d1, and there's all these holes on the light squares which are now left unattended because the bishop is out gallivanting on b5. So it seemed wise to play queen c2 here in order to prevent queen d1 check. Instead, Wesley actually took the pawn, allowing this check, and he covers it with bishop f1. Now the question is, after rook b1, what is Wesley planning? Because there is no checkmate. The black king can zigzag its way to g6, where it's perfectly safe. And after a move like queen a6, what's amazing about this? Black can make a neutral move, such as h5, just sort of improving his position. White cannot make any progress here. Zero.
Then can I suggest some crazy move, which just came to my head? Please do. How about queen d3?
Ooh, intercepting the queen and the bishop. Oh, it's because of check and then rook c1, intercepting the rook on b1. And Harikrishna has gone rook b1. And I think for Wesley, forcing a perpetual is not out of the question here, because if white is not careful, he's going to be worse. And there is a way to force a perpetual. You can give a check, and then you can take on f6 and go queen d7 check. This is a forced draw. But let me tell you what, if Wesley goes queen a6 and Harikrishna goes h5, black is already threatening like a checkmate, h4 and h3. This is a pretty insane turnaround. I was 95% sure that Wesley is going to carry this one home. But man, oh man, Harikrishna just stays on his feet and turns this around in like 3 moves. Dang.
Yeah, and this is the moment when actually Wesley has to decide, is it he wants to make it safe this game or to risk a little bit and play a6, queen a6.
Right.
What would you play here if you were white?
Well, I would go for the draw, but he might not see it. This queen d8 rook f6 thing is not so easy to spot, actually. And if you don't do that, you have no other way of forcing perpetual. Like if you go like this, then after king g6, white is already in big trouble. So it's really the only way of ensuring a draw. I certainly would be too scared to go for something like this. And by the way, if you play h4 in this position, Keddy, well, black can go up to d2, and guess what? There's just no defense to the move rook b2, which hits the f2 pawn, and then you're not going to be able to defend that pawn either. Ugh, what an ugly position here for white. And Wesley, I would take the rest of my time here and figure out that perpetual before it's too late.
He has 8 more minutes in here, and now it's 32 moves, so he has to, if he decides to play here, not only just risks this position because it's total madness on the first round going on, but he will put himself in some time trouble as well. Like 7 minutes now, he still has to figure it out if black has something coming up. And what really bothers me here for white is that even if you guard this bishop, then how you are going to unpin your bishop?
Exactly.
King g2, and then what?
Queen f3 check, always black has after king g2, and then even knight g4. So the problem isn't that white doesn't have a short-term defense, it's that white cannot make progress after that. My goodness. This is getting spicy. I like it. It started off as a very quiet day. Now a lot of these games are getting really spicy.
It is getting really exciting now as the time is going down on the clock. Let's get back our bird's eye view and pick the one the most spicy for you,
Yeah,
Daniel.
well, we've got Tabasco sauce and Tapatio. We've got Oparin and Wojtaszek. We have the Esipenko game. Now, the Esipenko game hasn't had any further action. Andre is thinking after C6. He's quite low on time himself. So as soon as he makes a move, we will update you. Grischuk has still a very nice position. He has found a way to convert that attack into an advantage after Bacrot missed that incredible resource. Where Vidit, lower left-hand side, he's getting the attack started on the king side. But I think it's more important for us to look at the topical games, Dominguez, Shirov, and Oparin, Wojtaszek. So I vote, let's start with Oparin, Wojtaszek. Let's
go there.
Oh, wait, never mind. I forgot to refresh, and it looks like, wait a second, no, moves have been played. My bad. Bishop F5, this is the position on the board. Yep. Let's, I faked Bic out. So this is getting worse and worse, Ketty. Queen D8, as you called it. Wojtaszek's deciding to move to this diagonal. Yeah. G3, boom, boom. And look at this. F4 is coming. 4 minutes for Grigori. It's over. This, I don't see this happening for Grigori at all. With every passing move, this gets worse for white. And he gets lower on the clock. Queen B3. And now F4. I would basically pre-move F4 if I'm Radek. F4 takes and maybe just Queen H4. Forget about recovering, recapture the pawn on the next move. No, this is losing.
So good.
Bishop coming to H3. Rook takes F4. F2 is collapsing. YOLO. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting for white.
Yeah. Just take on F4 and there's no way white can guard F2 weakness.
Right. Yeah, no, this is, of course, I'm kidding about the Wesley. He has got Queen A6, by the way. So that game also getting very, very spicy. Harikrishna.
Oh no,
might be getting some winning
Queen
chances.
A6?
Oh
no.
Oh my goodness. But this game, yeah, I mean, F4 is going to happen. I think I just don't even see an alternative for Wojtaszek. And the thing is, after Rook takes F4, the only thing is that white has the move Rook G1 here. And you obviously have to be a little bit careful. I mean, G7 is hanging. And if you play G6, then you allow Queen takes C3. And now Rook takes G6 is a huge threat. So black can't fall asleep. As long as there's a bishop on A1 and as long as white has pieces on the board, there's going to be a lot of stuff to keep track of. But my prediction is Wojtaszek goes G4, F4, Queen H4, and I think he wins this game within 10 moves.
Right, we can see how this continues. I'm also thinking if white pushes too much pressure on G file, maybe at some point black can play Bishop B5 just to get rid of these threats and keep all these weaknesses on the board for white.
For sure. Well, let's switch over to Dominguez against Shirov. It's been a while since we've looked at that game. And you were right, Lenier, deciding to go for the endgame rather than to keep the queens on the board. Very interesting decision. So after Rook D8, we were discussing Queen D3 versus Queen F5. And Lenier going for Queen F5. Takes, F6, Bishop F4. And Shirov aiming for the second rank. And Lenier, very cold-blooded move. Knight E3 says, take my pawn, I don't care. What I need is the other B pawn, which can move to B5. And what I also need is my knight, which is going to move to D5, where it attacks both C7 and F6. Black's position is under immense strain here, even though the queens are off the board. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that all these things aren't true. So for instance, if Shirov goes Rook E8, whoop, you give up the H pawn, whichever way you turn. And this has been Black's problem all along. Is just the amount of weaknesses in Black's position. Very, very hard to keep track of all of it. And also, Ketty, 8 minutes for 17 moves. Oh my God. That is nothing.
Yeah.
B6 by Alexei.
But this really don't stop White coming 95, targeting C7, F6, and all these weaknesses.
I think Lenier plays this quickly. I think he'll play this within a couple of minutes here. He's got 18 minutes himself. It's not like he's got, you know, too much time, but it's so much easier to play this in time pressure with White. So
yeah.
If Lenier wins and Wesley draws, do we have a tiebreaker in that?
It's gonna have a
as well,
tiebreaker.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wesley might actually lose. That would be pretty insane. And Harikrishna immediately played H5, Ketty, in answer to Queen A6.
H5, yeah.
And let me pull up. Why don't we just pull up that game? Because it's quite clear that to be struggling for the next 10 moves or so. Let's see how this unfolds. Rook B6 now by Wesley. Harikrishna is going to go Rook A1.
Okay, Black is not going to trade here for sure. Rook A1 is the move. A4 is hanging, so you have to push. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I mean, I said this is a very good position, but okay. Yeah, Ivanchuk was not invited to this tournament, unfortunately. He feels very snubbed. But the thing is, this is a draw. This is obvious. I mean, this is obviously a draw. It's just a 4-on-4. So now Rook B6 is an implicit draw for. And the question is, does Harikrishna play for a win with Rook A1? Now, the computer eval is still zeros, but the reason it's zeros is because ultimately White can bail out into this kind of a draw. Yeah, you know, probably
you can make any. Yeah, sorry, Danny.
No, go ahead.
I have a feeling that Wesley feels like any moment he wants to make a draw, he can go with Queen C8 and Queen F5.
Yeah, no, I just didn't
That's
see
why
that
he did it.
idea, to be honest. But Harikrishna go Rook C1 for that reason. But then Rook C6.
Yeah.
Then Rook C6. No, I think the more I look at it, I think I was a little over optimistic. I think Pantala might take, and then there's going to be a draw for, and then we're incredibly likely to see the tie breaks because Dominguez is, you know, on the road to winning his game against Alexei.
Look at the position of Oparin and Wojtaszek as well. Oparin goes crazy with Rook C6.
Well, that's a great move, actually. And, you know, at the risk of sounding like a backseat quarterback, or, you know, there's many terms for that. You know, I mentioned earlier that one area where Wojtaszek, I think, consistently struggles is in the area of delivering the killer blow. Like sometimes he tries to play too positionally and too timidly. And I think we're seeing that now. Queen E8, not playing F4. Pretty shocking to me that he doesn't go for this line with F4, Queen H4. Nope. He goes Queen E8, and Oparin immediately says, you don't need to ask me twice. Rook C6. If you take this rook, then after D takes C6, look at this pawn chain. And this is all of a sudden completely unclear. I mean, after King H8, White picks up another pawn on D3. And, you know, he breaks free of the chains. So Wojtaszek is not going to take that rook. But if he doesn't take that rook, what does he do? Bishop on D6 is hanging. If you play Queen E7, then White still is going to take on D3.
And this Queen A8 first and then Queen E7 going to passive. This allows White to make some very fast decisions like capture on D3 or castle very soon, very, very quickly. And if White gets the time on the clock and also extra second pawn, that will be a different story of this game.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty big error by Radoslav, even if obviously the eval bar is still in Black's favor. The engine line, by the way, is F4, GF, and then Queen G6. That's a lot harder to see, though, than F4 on the previous move, because you kind of have to voluntarily pin yourself. And, you know, Black is probably going to burn a lot of time in this position, as you said. Man, I've been wrong on a lot of these games, but I'm not even going to blame myself because a lot of these games have been turning around at a moment's notice. There have been some pretty big howlers committed by some of these players, and fatigue obviously plays a role. I think so much energy, Keddy, was given out on this amazing day yesterday that some of the players are just kind of out of gas despite the rest
They're
day.
exhausted.
And you can see it impacting the quality of play today.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, Black has to open up something. He has to push F4. Maybe even now. What do you think? Like to push the pawn now, and to give up the bishop and get the E3 knight.
Bishop C5.
Okay.
No, sorry. Which move are you talking about?
F4.
Oh, by the way, he's taken on C6. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
He's taken on C6.
Okay, so what happens after Queen D3 and target the bishop on D6?
Nothing. Black has just lost all of his advantage in 2 moves. Oparin is no longer worse here. Now, he still is in acute time pressure, but if he takes this pawn on D3 right now, it's anybody's game because he's taken the pawn, which was the bane of his existence. He's going to castle on the next move. Maybe Wojtaszek wants to play F4 here. My guess is maybe he's orienting himself toward this idea. But after takes, now I can go back to this old idea of Rook G1. And does this even compare to what it used to be? I mean, this is like luxury compared to what White had. And you don't need to ask Grigori twice. He takes D3. Okay, now Hikaru's game has a development as well. So shall we go to that one?
Let's go there right away and see what happened. Here, Esipenko decided to capture an E5.
8 minutes, by the way, for Andre. He took a while on this move.
He spent a lot of time.
Yeah, that's a good move. It's an alternative to what we were discussing. I was mentioning D takes C6, but F takes C5 is also very good. So here's the thing. I think a lot of people might be wondering, wait a second, like why is Black so much worse after Rook takes C5? What it has to do with is 2 main things. The first is Black's incredibly passive pieces, and the second is just the fact that there's all these files and all this pressure. It's this accumulation of pressure on Black's position that's really causing Hikaru to be in a lot of trouble. But before I go any further, we are going to take one very, very quick break. We promise it'll be quick. And then we will watch all the way through the time scrambles and time control. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix round 6. And the moment that we were looking forward, the time trouble now is in most of the games. Daniel, which is the game you would like to see the first?
Yeah, I mean, we're on the Hikaru game. I want to keep that game on for the time being because lots of stuff is happening there. Now, I will say as we look at this game, that most importantly, Wesley has drawn also. We'll update you on that result later, but the important thing is he has made a draw. And if Dominguez wins that end game, then we are going to have overtime, as Seth says. We are going to have tiebreakers tomorrow between Lenier and Wesley. But what is happening in the Hikaru game? So e6 is, I think, fine. Hikaru took on d5 here. And apparently the strongest move was to drop this queen away to g3. But Andre made what I think is the absolute human move, and that is to play e6. Hikaru has to move his queen, obviously, and he's probably going to move it to g6. And after c takes d5, clearly black's position is really, really nasty, but it's not as bad as it looks because this knight is not only blockading the e6 pawn, but it's also attacking d5. And d5 is a very serious weakness here. If white tries to defend it, black can simply attack it again with queen g5. So I actually think Hikaru is going to win back the d5 pawn. And he's still going to be much worse because of the e6 pawn being as powerful as it is. But this isn't completely lost yet. It's actually still a game, and it's possible that e6 wasn't as accurate as queen g3. But you know, who can blame Andre for making this move? Also, queen h5 is possible here.
Yeah. He should move away the queen, and right after queen h5, c takes c5, queen comes right away to take it, right? Oh, you want to play g4? That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think g4 is pretty natural here because it creates an anchor point on f5 for the knight, and it forces the queen away from the d5 pawn. So queen g6 is forced, and now c takes d5, knight e7 with a similar position to what we just discussed. So Hikaru is, I can bet you he's deciding between queen g6 and queen h5. He's thinking, is it worth provoking g4, or does that actually welcomed by white? This is a very big moment. I mean, these next couple of moves are huge, and they're going to be played pretty fast. Hikaru now down to 10 minutes, Andre at 7 minutes. This is what we're here for. This is heating up really quickly.
Yes, and we can see on the screen, if we bring the bird's side view, that another game has been ended. Wesley So and Harikrishna Pintala agreed on a draw. So very likely, if Dominguez wins his game, we're going to have a tie breaks tomorrow.
Yeah, so proposal, we spend 30 seconds on the Dominguez game, and then we watch Hikaru's time scramble.
All right, let's go.
So really, really fast, because I know everybody wants to see Hikaru, but just to update you on Dominguez, Shirov trying to create counterplay. He's got 3 minutes for 14 moves. I don't see this happening for Alexei. He's gone h4 and h3. Dominguez just took it. And now I think Lenier in this position is just going to take c7. I think he's going to start collecting the harvest. And I just don't see the targets. I don't see how Alexei is going to do anything. h2 is perfectly well protected by the bishop. Maybe you go rook f3, but even simply rook takes f3 and bishop g3 just looks incredibly nasty for black. I mean, Lenier's just going to continue picking up all of black's pawns. This is on the verge of being losing. And Lenier just going bishop g3, deciding not to hurry with knight takes c7, instead locking down this rook. No, Ketty, this is terrible for black.
Also good looking move. You can take this pawn with a knight, then 98, 96, go after the bishop on g7, which is not really good piece for black, locked there. And just to cut all the counterplay of black's here. I do love bishop g3 move.
Yeah, no, it's a classic Lenier move, and it's a great move in the opponent's time pressure because it gives black a pretty big choice. Shirov is now down below 3 minutes. We'll keep an eye on this game as it proceeds, but let's go back to the Hikaru game because he has made a move. And that move is indeed queen g6. That's what I was sort of expecting. And, you know, the funny thing is Andre can even play c5 here. That's not out of the question either. Now, why would he refrain from taking the pawn? Well, the point is that after the trade, White has carved out this monster e5 square for his queen, right? And the other thing is that White can put a rook on b1 and exert a lot of pressure on Hikaru's b7 pawn. So a choice here for Andre. He's taking his time. So he sees that there's c takes d5 isn't forced. But man, if I don't know if I would be able to resist.
97 and to go after d5 pawn, and he doesn't really want to allow that.
He sees cd 97 and I think he's weighing the pros and cons of going c5, but you don't want to get yourself into this kind of time pressure against Hikaru, because we all know, oh, and he's got rook f1. He's gone with a completely different idea. He's going for checkmate. He is going for rook f7 and then knight f5. He just wants to end this game right here and right now. Okay, Now Hikaru can take on c4.
Yeah.
And after rook f7, the threat is knight f5, Ketty. So black will have to go knight e7. And I think Andre is going for a position like this, where he's basically saying, okay, I'm going to lift my rook up one way or another. And this is a very practical choice, very interesting choice, incredibly hard position here to defend for Hikaru. So I understand that the eval bar doesn't like this move, but I can totally understand where he's coming from. And black's defensive task is going to be incredibly difficult here.
It will be. How about to get this rook on his? Oh, that's so bad looking move. Rook e7 to avoid rook f7. Then White can really take on d5 now, as the e7 square is not anymore able for the knight to get.
I think you have to play either DC or knight e7. I think Hikaru is going. Yeah. I think we're going to see DC, rook f7, knight e7, rook f1. That's my prediction. And I'm not going to stop anybody from just looking at the eval bar and not looking at the position. But it's futile. But, I will say that this obviously looks like an objective mistake by Andre. But from a practical standpoint, just put yourself in black's shoes and imagine having this position. Imagine having to face the idea of White lifting the rook up to g3, which ends the game immediately. The reason this doesn't seem to be good objectively is just because black has all these very, very engine-like defensive resources that keep White's pieces away from where they want to go. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, Hikaru is taking his time after rook f1, deciding between knight e7 and d takes c4.
Yeah.
Well, again, I think people in the chat are not understanding why Esipenko didn't just take. Well, the reason he didn't take is because after knight e7, this pawn on d5 is actually a very big weakness. And he decided that, in the time that Hikaru will spend consolidating, he's going to get his rook to f7, and he's just going to go for checkmate, which I can totally understand the practical value of this decision.
Yeah, absolutely, it's understandable, especially when he sees that after c takes d5, knight comes on e7, then queen comes on 5th rank and picks up d5 pawn. Why to give the chance for black, and why not to go for a very active approach? I do like this move, rook f1, rook f7, knight f5, and black has to spend here some time to avoid that threat.
Yeah, and remember that Hikaru doesn't know that this is a mistake. So he's calculating, and we've talked about this before, like he's calculating without knowing whether he gets checkmated after rook f7.
They don't know it's inaccurate, so very likely you might think that it's the most accurate move here. How about queen e4? Can black try to trade queens?
Interesting move. I think here White probably takes and goes rook e1 and just goes for like a big advantage in the endgame.
Yeah, it's so hard to play this endgame with black.
Because you're going to lose e4 and then you're going to be down a pawn. Hikaru has indeed gone with the immediate knight e7. And I mean, Andre probably is going to go rook f7. I understand that technically the best move might be c takes d5, but he's obviously not going to play that. Yeah, there's rook f7. And now, Ketty, your move queen e4 is actually an interesting alternative to d takes e4. Okay, well, let's see. Now this is the moment of truth. Hikaru down to 7 minutes for 10 moves. Oh, buckle your seatbelts here. Okay, let's see.
Let's see. I also like this idea rook f1 and rook f3 going to g3. At some point, black might try to trade the queens with the queen e4.
Okay, Hikaru takes it.
Oh, he takes
Goes for the principled approach. And I can betcha Andrei's going to get his other rook into the game here, rook f1. Now, the way that black is supposed to defend after rook f1 is apparently this move queen g5, offering a queen trade, taking a page out of your book, Ketty. And if white declines it, the engine is basically saying, well, it's not saying anything. It's signaling that white just can't make progress. You know, white can try a move like queen g4. Black just keeps going between g5 and e5. Notice that both of these are anchor points by the pawns, and white just can't coordinate pieces in the right way. The other thing that really hurts white is the fact that this knight on d4 is undefended. So every time the queen is on e5, white's options for where to put the queen are incredibly limited. And I think ultimately that's the reason Andrei just overestimated how strong the rook on f7 is and what its impact is. If Hikaru finds queen g5, he is going to have excellent chances to hold this position. This is a big moment right here.
Let's see if he figures it out. He takes c4, rook is on f1, and it's black to move 6 minutes for black, 4 minutes, a bit more than 4 minutes for white. And they still have to make a couple more moves for time control, but we have seen some games being already decisive before the time control.
Yeah.
And yeah, 9 more moves here in this game. 9 more moves.
9 more big moves. And 5 less than 6 minutes to make them for both players. By the way, Lenier, I'm keeping an eye on that game, is continuing, I think, to convert in king h8 by Nakamura, a move that I wasn't aware of, but makes a lot of sense. He gets his king out of the danger zone. The question is, what is he planning against the rook lift, rook f3? I think that's going to happen. I think Andrei is going to go rook f3 pretty quickly here. And the question is, how is Hikaru going to set up his defenses?
Yeah, because that's only one move threat. Rook g3 and then g7 pawn will be hanging, and white will for sure give 2 rooks for a queen and a pawn, as the king will be exposed and king will be in danger.
Right. Yeah, knight d5, by the way, is possible here as well. Okay, let's see what Andrei ends up doing. I think he should play very quickly here. He's taking a little bit too long on these relative. I mean, this decision should be made within a minute for sure. He needs to give himself time to react to what Hikaru does.
Maybe he wants to play now queen g5 after rook f3.
Say that again. Which move?
Queen g5. Is that too late?
It's possible. I mean, here Andrei can tuck his queen behind the rook, and now rook g3 has become a very serious threat. So I think that's the reason why it's suboptimal, but definitely something which could entice Hikaru. What is Andrei deciding?
3 minutes on the clock. Wow.
He's got to move. And I feel like rook f3 is by far the most natural.
And yeah, he's not making his down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. He has to make 8 more moves.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is getting crazy. 2.5 minutes now for Andrei. I mean, if he gets too low on the clock, he can lose this game. 3 results are now possible. And that's one of the negatives to how he played. I mean, he's given up 2 pawns, Ketty, and now he doesn't have that security blanket, right? He doesn't have that extra pawn, which he can turn to and say, okay, my attack didn't work out. At least I have an extra pawn. Now he's down a pawn. So if his attack doesn't work out, he might be worse.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat. Why not rook f4 with the same idea of g4, getting the rook on g file?
Oh, it's just because of the fork. Knight d5 forks the queen and the rook. So you have to go through f3. No, I feel like he's panicking.
Down to 1 minute and 50 seconds, he has to make a move.
He's freezing. I will be completely honest. I usually am the first person to say, I totally get it. There's a decision to be made. Maybe queen f3 is attracting him as a way to tie the queen to the b7 pawn. 1.5 minutes now. Hikaru up 5 minutes on the clock. This is very disturbing for Andre. No, I think relay is working. I honestly think he's thinking about something. By the way, Wojtaszek is throwing completely. I think he's worse now, but we'll get to that later.
He's worse, and Oparin was waiting for this moment for so long. I'm sure he will just take advantage of the situation. Esipenko down to seconds, less than 1 minute on the clock. He has to make a move.
FIDE. That means move in Russian.
He has to make a move. He's not making any moves.
He's not moving. I mean, it might be a relay thing, but I don't think it is. I think he's about to move. No, but I mean, I think none of the broadcasts have the move, so we'll see. Has he like, is he away from the board or something? He's got down to below 30 seconds.
Oh my God.
There it is. Rook f3. Played it with 52 seconds left. No, it's not a glitch. He honestly got himself down to 20 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Wow, he makes this move. He has 52 seconds on the clock.
Yes, and folks, they do have increments. So 30 seconds added to every move throughout the whole game. Doesn't matter where in the game they are. They are on move 32. 8 moves to go. Big decision for Hikaru.
It means he had 22 seconds. Yes, he made this move.
Now, queen d3 is an option here, but knight d5 is the best move. Knight d5 is apparently the only engine move that preserves the balance in the position. And the point of this move is to kick the queen away. Why is that important? The reason it's important is because when the queen moves back, Ketty, black gets this very important e4 square for the queen. Why is that important? Because now rook g3 doesn't come with tempo. It doesn't attack the queen anymore. Why is that important? Because it gives black an extra tempo to defend this very important g7 pawn and keep everything in place.
It's important to play rook g8 there, not rook e7, because then in that case, white's rook from third gonna capture it on
Great
g7.
point. Great point, because this rook stands between the two other rooks, and here white crashes through. Okay, Hikaru himself down to 4.5 minutes. This is a huge game. If Andre wins, he qualifies and surpasses Hikaru. If Hikaru pulls out a draw, then Hikaru keeps his group lead and goes through. Of course, Dominguez has won. He has defeated Alexei Shirov, so it is official. Wesley So is going to be kicking himself because he had every chance to win this game and win the group. Instead, he's going to have to earn it in tiebreakers tomorrow against Levon Dominguez. That means we're commentating tomorrow. We're working. 4 minutes. Hikaru knight c6. Knight c6. c6. Okay. Well, I think Andre has to take that knight and then go e7. Not the best move according to the engine.
Take the knight. Can black first take the pawn on e6, or that's losing?
Oh, there's queen a7 hitting the rook intermezzo. and you don't have time to take the knight. That is a crucial point. Hikaru, no, he takes on c6, and Andre immediately goes e7. What is happening here?
What a game. What a game.
So here the question is this pawn on e7 going to be decisive? There is the possibility of rook f8 check, but Ketty, that's not necessarily a huge threat because black can just ignore and go king h7.
True. Now rook g3 is no longer a threat as f7, white's rook is not guarded anymore. So white has to come up with a different idea here.
And you know what makes this hard for black? It's the fact that the c-pawn is not going anywhere. And if Hikaru makes a move like d5, the reason that this is losing for black isn't because of anything super specific. White actually just goes queen f4. And white has this overwhelming number of threats. There's rook g3, there's rook f8 check, and queen takes b8, which is another hidden threat. So black is just too passive here. And it does appear that Hikaru underestimated the danger posed by this e7 pawn as he gets down to 3.5 minutes. This is move 34.
Wow. Can now black chase the queen, like to trade queen g5 or queen d3?
Queen d3. Yeah, that's not a bad idea because in the event of a queen trade, it's harder to promote this pawn. But I'm afraid that here, white has the move queen e6.
With either
preparing rook f8, queen g8.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. 3 minutes now on the clock for Hikaru. Can he pull out another incredible comeback in time pressure? He did it yesterday against Sasha. There's king h7 preemptively, making sure that rook f8 is not a check. But I think Andre might still be able to go rook f8. Okay. This is still far from over.
Yeah,
I can keep repeating that. Nobody's going to believe me because the eval bar is the god. But this is far from over. Andre has a minute on the clock for 6 moves. And he has to be very, very precise here not to let the c-pawn out of the gate, not to let black get this e7 pawn.
Yeah. Queen f4 or queen f2 would be my choice here, as
there it
queen
is.
f4 was played, as
It's
g7 still remains a weakness here.
White is winning. Rook g3 is coming. Andre just made a very accurate move. Okay. Yeah, and you know, this is just very hard. This e7 pawn is overwhelming. Maybe queen e6 is a try, but then the rook is coming to g3. It's these combined threats, Ketty. The fact that white is both threatening to go rook f8 in some positions, but also has an attack against black's king and direct pressure against the g7 pawn. This is what makes things so overwhelming and impossible to defend.
Yeah. And Daniel, what happens if black choose like passive defense with rook g8 just to avoid this rook g3 coming? And okay, you don't avoid rook coming there, but there is not rook g7 at least.
I think the simplest for white here is just to get rid of this pawn on c4. And white doesn't have to rush. This is the third thing which makes this so bad for black. Is it's not like white is in a huge hurry. The e7 pawn is there to stay. And white can just start collecting all these queenside pawns on top of everything else. And Hikaru down to 2 minutes. I think he's beginning to realize that knight c6 was the fatal mistake. It was a miscalculation and underestimation of how good this pawn is. He came very, very close, but this is starting to look really bad for Hikaru.
He's down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Their time is more or less similar, but white is the one who is pushing, white is the one who is trying to win here.
Rook b5 is a try. Maybe try to swing this rook to g5. But white can even play h4 there, cover the g5 square. Far from anything wins here. White still has to be very accurate. But white's winning moves here have become a lot simpler than they were.
He also like queen c4 with either rook f8, queen g8 checkmate is there too.
That's exactly right. No, queen takes c4 is very possibly Andrei's next move. Yep, it's I know the chat likes to jump to conclusions. It's the reason I'm so hesitant to say it's over is because I've got a lot of chess experience, and if your experience teaches you one thing, Ketty, and I'm sure you can back me up on this, it's that when we say anything is possible, it's like that the truer words have never been spoken.
Yeah.
Even at the very top. And people forget that these are humans. But with that being said, I feel like White is just a couple of moves away from ending this game.
True.
Let's see what Hikaru comes up with.
He's spending so much time. 10 seconds according to our clock. He has to make a move now. Yeah, and he goes with rook g8.
6 seconds on the clock. And Andrei, the key move here, Ketty, is queen takes c4. I think if Andrei takes this pawn, he wins the game. Can he demonstrate the patience to not rush a move like rook f8? Big moment. Queen takes c4 and the game is all but over. 50 seconds. Move 36. He's gone rook g3.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Queen e6. Queen e6 by Hikaru. And Andrei wants to go rook e3 and then rook f8. But I think he forgot that Hikaru can put his other rook on e8. That is a crazy moment. I can't believe Andrei didn't take that pawn.
Yeah, he thought it was something more immediate than just capturing the pawn. I was also thinking like, oh, they're repeating. No, they're not repeating.
Still, I would still take on c4. I would still say queen takes c4 is winning for White. Complicating
after
this
d5,
slightly.
we just retreat queen back on f4. Rook is not hanging.
I think Andrei is going to go rook f8, though. I think he forgot about rook b to e8, which blocks the pawn and complicates things quite a bit. He should still take the pawn on c4.
Yeah, Daniel, the game Oparin Wojtaszek ended in a draw according what I have now. So this game has been ended as well.
Yeah, huge miss by Bratislav. There it is, rook f8. And Hikaru is going to play rook e8 within a couple seconds. I don't know what it is Andrei's going for here, but if one pair of rooks are traded, Ketty, the danger for Black's king is significantly reduced. This gives Hikaru more manpower that he can use to fight the e7 pawn. There it is.
Now we can take on c4 as Black can take the rook on f8 and win a pawn in the end. So if White wants to take this pawn now, he has to trade at least rook on e8 or g8.
Yeah, what you're saying is if you take immediately, then Black can just take twice here.
Yeah.
And so Andrei will take on e8, and then he'll take on c4. And this is a far more defensible position for Hikaru than anything he's had in the last couple of moves. He's played rook takes g8, king takes g8, and he wants to play queen takes c4, queen takes a6. But that's actually not as simple as it appears.
Yeah, it's interesting. Queen c4, queen f7, queen a6, rook a7. We might have this long queen endgame.
Which is, a dream scenario for Hikaru compared to what this was.
It's move 39, and after this is White's 14th move, so he will get the increment.
There it is.
c4 has been captured.
Now d5 is what we're expecting. Or queen f7, your move, Ketty, is also very interesting, getting into that queen endgame. And he plays it. Buckle up, because we're in for a long queen ending here. This is move 40. It's official. Time control has been made. And I hate to gloat, but I wish chat would trust my experience a little bit more than they do.
I know.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So now, is this endgame winning is the question. Let's delve into it. Queen takes a6. Rook takes e7 is going to happen. And the question here is that after rook takes e7, queen takes e7. Now let's get something out of the way. This, if it's winning, is not an easy win. It's not an easy win. And it might still be winning, but white will have to do all sorts of zigzag maneuvers with his king to get out of the checks. That's essentially how you win these types of queen endgames. And queen e1, queen e5. Essentially, white's strategy is g3, queen g2, I think.
Yeah.
There.
Queen a2.
Yeah, queen a2, getting the queen behind the pawn. Queen b7, a6, queen a7. I don't know if this is winning. This might not be winning. Because anytime white's queen gets to b7, black starts checking. So this is insane. And Andre is, of course, taking his time. Remember that only 30 minutes are added to the clock. Very often, you'll see a player using 25 of it on move 41. But I think now we can switch back and check out how the other games are going, because we have Grischuk, Bacrot. They just made move 40, and Etienne has one more move to make.
Yeah. And we do have one tiebreak for sure in the group D. Wesley So against Dominguez.
And by the way, Bacrot has just made king g7. He is in very, very big trouble against Grischuk. Just look at this position. I mean, the king is weak. The knight is weak. I feel like this is really, really bad for Etienne. They've just made time control, so Alexander is going to take his time. And just looking around, we have one more game that just hit time control as well. And that is Fedoseev against Rapport. And somehow, Rapport has stabilized the position, Getty. That's pretty insane. That's pretty darn insane. Knight c4, king e7. Do you see a way to break through for white?
Not really. But it's so funny looking pawn structure on the king side, right?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. You know, black is advancing these pawns. I feel like the action, though, is on the queen side, essentially.
Can be something like f3, 4 when you get out the king from this diagonal, so there will be no check on d4.
So maybe start with king h1.
Yeah, let's start with king here.
But I think you're right. Black is going to go g4.
Yeah.
And more as a preemptive measure to take the sting out of f3. And maybe white can still play f3. I mean, that's something to consider. It's definitely risky for white. But if you can get e4 and dislodge this knight, it's a thought for sure. And looks like queen a8 is a really powerful move for black here, because if queen b5 all of a sudden, whoop, and the pawn on f3 is hanging, and so is the queen, and white loses. So maybe there's a better way to orchestrate this, but it's double-edged.
It's funny looking. Yeah. So here we have this position.
So this looks very double-edged. Before we go on break, Getty, if I may, just really, really fast update what's happening in Vidit's game, where he is pushing for a win, but probably won't achieve it. Looks like Keymer has managed to hold the fort. They've gotten this end game where it's obvious that white is pushing. White has a big difference in piece activity, although material is equal. And we might get an end game like this, where white has a much better knight, but it's not entirely clear whether white can make any progress here.
Yeah, knight c7 might come next, or rook c5 or rook c6 to double, or knight f6 to get this knight active. Slightly pleasant for white, but not a big deal, right?
Don't think it's a big deal. I agree. I think Keymer should be able to hold a draw with best play. And of course, once again, Dominguez defeating Alexei Shirov, huge win, 2 wins in a row to catch Wesley So atop his group. They're going to tiebreakers tomorrow, but we need to catch our breath. And when we come back, we've got a fascinating endgame in Esipenko Nakamura. We've got lots of stuff going on some of the other boards, so don't go anywhere. You're watching FIDE Grand Prix. Time control has been made, and we will be back in just a few.
Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022, round 6. And we do have already Aronian who got out of the group. Then we have a tiebreak for tomorrow in Group D, Dominguez against Wesley So. And we still have 3 more games in the progress. Dania, do you think we might have another tiebreak in Group B?
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely. I mean, if Fedoseev draws Rapport, which seems to be by far the likeliest result in their game, then we will have another tiebreaker. And as we look at the standings, it seems to be very likely that Fedoseev doesn't take too many risks here. And Esipenko and Nakamura are playing each other, so obviously those cannot result in a tiebreaker. It's one or the other. And speaking of which, crazy stuff happening in that game where Andre, on the verge of winning, he had a move that essentially ended the game, missed it, and now he's got to essentially win the game all over again. And Hikaru has very, very serious drawing chances now, as that is you can look at the top left, and then to the right of that is Esipenko Nakamura, with the leftmost being Alexander Grischuk, who is most likely going to finish the effort successfully against Etienne Bacrot. So what catches your eye? Mm-hmm.
Definitely the game of Esipenko and Nakamura. Maybe we can go there and find out more details in that position, as we might have the trade of the rook. Like after queen captures a6, here Esipenko is taking his time. He can also take c6 pawn. That's what he's thinking about here. Just take this pawn and keep the both pawn a6 and d6 hanging.
And there's a third move too, which apparently is the best move. I was analyzing this during the break. Queen e6. I mean, this is, if he finds this, that'll rival Aronian's g5 yesterday.
Wow.
So what is the idea? Well, basically, you're posing an ultimatum to black. You want to take d6, and the rook endgame is most probably lost because white just starts vacuuming up all of these pawns on the 6th rank. And if black plays c5, trying to trade off as much as possible, although material is equal in this resulting endgame, it probably is losing if white moves the rook aside and then goes a6. So it's close. I was analyzing it during the break. I would need more time to tell you for sure. But queen e6 is a very serious candidate move. It's really queen takes a6 or queen e6. Queen takes c6 is the worst of the 3 moves, I think. Because after the trade, if you try to play queen takes a6 now, it's just an immediate draw with queen e3 check. This is actually just a perpetual, just by force. King f1, queen f4 check, and the king can't run to e1 because you give up this pawn with check, and then things go downhill from there. So queen takes a6 is a great chance to win, and queen e6 is probably the top move. But Andre has to decide soon because he's been thinking for what, maybe 15 minutes already at least?
He's taking quite a lot of time. For now, we don't say what is his time situation. We need to wait a little bit for the update. But that makes me feel that he's going very deep into this line, queen e6, and very likely he is seeing that move. I just love that move because queen cannot move, it's pinned, king cannot move, king guards the queen, and rook cannot move as pawn comes all the way down. And in that position with rook endgame, very often the rook endgame is a drawish. Do you think black can still try to hold after queen e6, trading that?
It's complicated. I don't really know what to tell you. But frankly, I'm quite disappointed with Andrei Esipenko's technique in this game. When I played Korpov in 1984, I would have won this really quite effortlessly. So it speaks to how bad everybody is now. But I think in all seriousness, I think white is winning this. So after rook a6, rook e7, there's an interesting subtlety, which is that black can get his rook behind the pawn, which generally is a draw, But white's rook is to the side of the pawn, which is a good thing for white because it allows the king to step into b5. And, you know, if white's rook was behind the pawn, it would be a lot harder to extricate it. So the engine seems to think that this endgame is winning. And Andre, now he went for queen takes a6, and he took over 15 minutes.
He took quite a lot of time. Me personally, I would think that if I would see queen e6, the end game is drawish, and I would go in here because I think queens are more tricky pieces and they can you know, move around a lot and try to win.
Right, and Hikaru has no reason to waste time. He's got only one move. Yeah. And now another choice for Andre. So the funny thing is he can throw in queen c8 check first. What is the purpose of this? Well, this would force the king onto h7. And ultimately, they're going to reach this position. The question is, where does white want black's king to be? G8 or h7? And you could make a case for both. And how do you even decide such a thing? Well, the real question is, where is the king? Excuse me. Where is the king going to be the most vulnerable to important checks? Well, on both squares, right? White's got checks on both squares. It's really hard to decide this, and I think it probably actually doesn't make much of a difference. I would just go rook takes c7 and then queen takes c6, but we'll see what Andre chooses.
Yeah. And Danielle, white can also save the rook on the board. Well, what is that option? Like
rook f3?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a possibility. You could do that. And I do feel like after queen d5, Hikaru should be able to save the game, though. And Andre, you know, just psychologically, it's more pleasant to try to push the queen endgame because you literally have no risk. Yeah, he takes on e7. And my guess is that he's just going to take on c6 straight away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because in that line that we showed some time ago, white was coming from queen from g2 to a2, and in this case it's going to be with a check, so white can win that one move there.
Yep, queen a2 check. Now Hess suggested an idea before the break. I forgot what it is, but it has to do with placing the queen somewhere. I mean, these queen endgames, there's a very simple question, the answer to which gives you the result of the game. Is black going to be able to give perpetual, or can white shelter the king for enough time to make a second queen? Black's d-pawn is way too far behind to present any kind of challenge to white's win. The real question is only about perpetual check. D6 pawn is not a source of danger.
Mm-hmm. And white's b4 pawn will be gone as queen comes on e1 with the check, and black's next move is to capture it. If black is not going to capture that pawn, then these two passpawns, connected passpawns, will be unstoppable, and black will not have any chance. So Hikaru will pick up that pawn on b4, and then he will try to stop the pawn and keep the eye on the king to give some perpetual check.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, why is this not a perpetual? Because it looks like a perpetual. Well, it's because of g3. This also looks like a perpetual, but queen f2 would be a terrible move because of queen g2. So you would have to go queen d2. Yeah. But then again, queen g2, and this actually plays into white's hand. So the best thing that black can do is just take the pawn straight away in order to preserve the ability to give a second rank check when black needs to do that. And here, white can still get the queen to a2, as you had indicated, Katie. Queen d5, queen a2. Mm-hmm. Black has to get behind the a pawn ASAP. So queen b7, a6, queen a7. And really, it is not unlikely that we will see this exact position on the board. Not far from unlikely. Mm-hmm. I don't see a way for white to win, I'll be honest.
How about to get this king closer, like king g2, king f2, and do all this crazy maneuvering?
Probably you have to. You have to try to get this king right into black's grill, like somewhere around c6. But
also black's queen is not in the active position, right? It's like quite limited and have two moves, queen a8, queen a7 checks. So white can use that. Right.
Although, yeah, black can definitely use that to his advantage. Queen a, queen a7. And wherever the king, if the king goes up, then you go queen a8. King goes to the side, you go queen a7. Hikaru is taking some time. So Hikaru is thinking about where to give a check, like queen e3 or queen e1. And it actually doesn't matter, these two moves transpose into each other. But of course, he has to make sure of that. Wow. If this ends in a draw, that would just be like beyond insane.
Yeah, very epic. As Esipenko had always very good position, and at some point even big advantage, and he could use it. He was so close. He was so close. He found rook f3, but then he was queen f4 as well. But then he did not pick up the c4 pawn, which was the key pawn in that game.
I mean, it was a terrible decision by Andre. Really bad. I mean, this is an Esipenko move too, just taking on c4. And, you know, the thing that he had to realize here, and he lost his mind for a second, it's just that white is in no hurry. And I wouldn't be so harsh about it if I didn't feel like queen takes c4 was truly a move that he should play 10 times out of 10. You take the pawn, get rid of it, and then you can do whatever it is you want to do. You can go about your business, and the business is just to win the game in 3 moves. Then you go back to f4. You do everything you were doing. The problem with what Andre did is that, you know, ultimately, when, you know, he plays this rook f8 move, he rushes it, and the trade of rooks favors black, of course, because the rook on f7 was tying black down completely. And so you don't want to do this unless you're sure that you can promote the pawn. And he does a couple of things for Hikaru. Hikaru now gets his king to g8. That allows the queen to block a check on f7, which in turn creates weakness of the e7 pawn. And now you have on your hands a queen endgame against quite possibly the best defender in the world.
Yeah, okay. Still this position. We do have now clocks updated, and you mentioned that Esipenko thought at least 15 minutes. And look at the clock. Look at the clock. That's true. Actually, he spent quite a lot of time. But the good thing here for white is that white risks nothing in this particular position. But let's once again mention that the draw here is not any good result for Esipenko, as he is a half a point behind Hikaru Nakamura, and it's just about to get out from this group to the next stage, and that's what really matters for now.
Right. And while Hikaru is thinking, I propose we take a look around and see how the other games are faring, because obviously I think we have a couple of minutes before Esipenko Hikaru hits a position that we don't expect, or hits a new position. So let's start with the Grischuk Bacrot game, where it does feel like Bacrot's days are numbered. I mean, look at this king on g7, and Grischuk is rerouting his queen to h5. So the move queen h5 here looks incredibly strong. And
threatening queen h8 checkmate in 1.
Yeah, so black has to run.
Yeah, look at white's king being so safe, surrounded by white's pawns and the bishop. Nothing to worry at all.
Yeah, it's on Paradise Island, but Sasha is already down to 11 minutes again. So there's a big surprise. And, you know, after queen h8, king e7,
he gave up to be a different person. Like, I'm going back to my
right. I don't like this new Grischuk who has more than 5 minutes for 30 moves. That's not a Grischuk that I like. And here apparently there's this very strong move, rook h4, which asks the queen a rather impolite question. I mean, where are you going? And based on where the queen goes, white will exploit its drawback. This is happening, by the way. Queen h5, king f8 is already on the board. So for instance, if queen b7 happens, then the e5 square is relinquished. If the queen controls the e5 square, well, it loses control of the queen side. So you swing the queen to that side of the board. So like wherever the black queen goes, you go correspondingly to the side of the board where the queen controls the least. And let's see if Grischuk comes up with this, because it's not the easiest idea to figure out. Okay.
Yeah, I would target f7 pawn here if I were like white, like rook f1, then hoping to play queen c5, pin the knight and get there.
You're saying, can you say that again?
Rook f1, queen c5. Yeah, to pin f1.
That's also a great idea. I think rook f1 is a lot more human than queen h8, check, rook h4. Completely agree. King e7, queen c5, very strong move. And then rook takes f7 is a huge threat. But Sasha, 10 minutes now, so he's going to have to be pretty precise and also really fast now. So Etienne has almost all of his half hour still on the clock. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, I suggest to get back our birdside view as I see that the game report and Fedoseev, the bar goes all the way down for black.
Huge blunder for Fedoseev. Oh my God, Fedoseev just made a massive howler. He missed something huge. So what did he miss? Well, first of all, so the bad move was rook e1. This was a mistake. He left the c file, and he did that because he's trying to prepare e4. So he's playing for a win here. Rapport goes queen a8, and all of a sudden there's a problem. What's the problem? Well, if you go queen a4, then after queen a6, white's queen is kind of stuck. It's trapped, and black is threatening knight c3.
Yeah.
So Vladimir said, okay, no problem. I'll take a4, trying to lock everything up. But after knight f6, black is ready to go d5, chase the knight away from c4, and then ultimately get the rook to c8 and infiltrate into white's territory. So Vladimir tries to solve that by going rook c1 and then rook b1, hitting the pawn on a5. Looks like black has to go back to a8, and we're groovy. But no, he doesn't. This is what I think Fedoseev missed. d5. It turns out that if you grab this pawn, rook c7 simply traps the knight. How is black going to win the knight? Well, not by playing rook a7 and falling into a fork, but rather by bringing the king up first, then going rook a7, and the knight is toast. That forces Fedoseev to move the knight away from c4. Now either knight e4 or rook c3, and white's position is pawn on b3. It's like Bacrot Esipenko vibes from yesterday with his b3 pawn being so weak.
Yeah. And now we have only open file here. Black has full control over that. Right. And then black can also activate the knight on e4. The king can get on f6 or d6. Pawns can be also pushed a bit on the king side with g4. And there's some ideas like knight e4, rook c2 as well to hit f2. Call for some weaknesses. And the main is that after rook c3, knight e4, there's knight d2. And black has to just take care of the move that in the end there's no knight c6 jump, or even in that case, if knight jumps on c6, a5 pawn will no longer hang in, as black will capture on b3 with a knight.
Right, once he takes b3, a5 is defended. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, so Richard taking his time here. We've got a lot of endgames today that we'll see how they go. Vidit continues to try to make progress against Keymer, squeezing that small endgame advantage, but still pretty unlikely that he succeeds. Let's go back to Nakamura Esipenko because they're making a bunch of moves and they're, I think, following that exact line. So Hikaru gave a check. He took b4. Queen d5 check, and I think we're going to see. Ooh,
that's a difference because in our lines we were looking g3, queen g2, right?
Yeah. So here the pawn is still on g2, and this gives Andre an extra chance. He can go a6 here.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's basically the same thing. Queen f4 check, g3, queen f2 check, queen g2. After queen a7, you essentially get the same type of position. Where white, again, has to find a way to dislodge the queen from a7, and I don't think it's possible to do that. I just don't think it's possible to do that, because every time you try to go anywhere with your queen, you get a barrage of checks that probably results in perpetual. Andre, there's queen a2. I think it's important for Hikaru, though, to play queen f4 and to induce the move g3, because that significantly weakens White's king.
Yeah, that's right.
Unbelievable. I mean, I still can't believe this is happening.
Yeah, that's a huge chance that Hikaru could ask in this game, as he was having so passive positions from the opening, the end of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, Andre is going to be devastated. He's going to be absolutely devastated after an amazing game too. I mean, he demonstrated phenomenal opening preparation. I mean, he outplayed Hikaru completely on this game, just head to toe. But that's why Hikaru is Hikaru. I mean, he just, not only does he never die, but really any position where he's not down like a queen and a rook, and even then he'll find a chance.
Yeah, he's finding his chances even in the worst position that you think that there's nothing there. I'm really surprised that he missed knight b6 move. It was quite easy for him from what we have seen so far, what he was able to find all these tactics against himself as Esipenko. He played beautiful tactic, and then later in the other games too, it was a bit surprise for me because there was not so like hard looking move for him. But other than that, he just finds a way out.
He really does. Yeah, knight b6 is well within. That's something Hikaru would find in like a bullet game, and nobody would be surprised. Another day in the life. But that was an uncharacteristic mistake. His opening play was not great. It was a little too passive. But once his back was against the wall, that's when he woke up. And I'm not suggesting that this is still a dead draw. I think there's still an off chance that White can somehow, White has to get the king to safety temporarily. If White can push a7 without allowing perpetual, then it's essentially winning. So the margin of the draw is very narrow. But it's just, I have this feeling, I have this intuitive feeling that it was so bad and now it's so much better, comparatively speaking. And generally these games where the momentum shifts like this completely, tend to go into a draw.
It will be in case if we have a draw, will be the happy end for Hikaru Nakamura, as he's a half a point ahead. The game of Fedoseev and Rapport. Rapport is just playing really easy moves, and we do have rook on c2 on the board.
Yeah.
It's now planning to get knight on e4 to attack f2 pawn, and we do have still one remaining game in Group C, where Vidit and Keymer are having the end game. Shall we take a look at that?
Yeah, let's take a look at that one. So we see here that, Rapport is very, very close to winning. Is Vidit making any progress? Well, he is making progress on the clock. Keymer is down to 10.5 minutes. And the position hasn't essentially changed. So he's burned all this clock, and he doesn't have too much to show for it. But it's hard to get White's pieces off of their post, and you can't take on c4 here. That's an important detail, because after rook a8, king f8, rook takes 8, or even the immediate knight d6 ends the game.
Yeah. White will win a piece there, and in that end game, it's quite easy to win.
It was knight c7, but then knight d6, and the white knight migrates over to f5, where it's lording over the position. Very, very difficult. No, this is, if Keymer had 30 more minutes, I would say the likeliest outcome is a draw, but because he's got 10 minutes, I actually think Vidit has very decent chances. So we'll see. We'll see how Vidit keeps pressing. He's such a fighter, even though there's nothing on the line. But first, Ketty, we are going to go on another break. We are going to replenish our coffee cups. And when we come back, more endgame action from this all-important final round of the preliminary group of the FIDE Grand Prix. We will be back in a few minutes. Arena Kings Season 9 is underway and now starting earlier every Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific. Stream and play for a piece of the $40,000 prize pool and earn points to qualify to participate in the championship at the end of the season. Okay, well, speaking of seasons and championships, we're watching the FIDE Grand Prix preliminary stage. This is the last round of that stage, the all-important round that decides who of these players, which four are going to qualify for the next stage, Kenny.
Yes. And we do have one qualifier, that's Aronian. We do have one tiebreak as well. Very likely we will not see second tiebreak, as Rapport is having a huge advantage on the board and very clear plan. But still the game is in progress, and game of Esipenko and Hikaru Nakamura, we got into the queen end game, which also very likely can end in a draw.
Yeah, let's see what's going on there. So Hikaru decided, and they reached the exact position we obviously talked about, and Hikaru decides to play d5. There's really no downside to this move. He's pushing his pawn forward. And obviously, if white captures it, then black takes a6 and the game is over. So Andre goes queen e2, but this is already a clear sign that, that his chances are evaporating. The one thing Hikaru does not want to do under any circumstances is play d4 in this position, because this allows the queen by force using checks to swing over to b7. And this is the literal nightmare scenario. This is where the pawn is blocking the black queen's access to f2. And so white's going to get his pawn to a7 and win the game. So what should Hikaru do here? Well, he should just move his queen. Queen c5, for example. And the reason a7 is impossible is because white's queen has relinquished its control over a7. And there's just nothing that white can do here.
Yeah, I love this move, queen e2, how sneaky this move is, just waiting black to play t4, cut this queen from this file, and then if white gets queen on b7 without black giving check to white's king, that's winning position. But the problem here for white is that the king can't find any safe spot. If you go king h3, there's a check on d7. If you go king on h1, there was a check. Now it's not check anymore, and because he already pushed pawn on d5, right? This pawn on d6 was opening this diagonal for the queen to, and now it's not anymore. And after queen e2, you suggest here just black to move away queen, right? Queen b6,
b6, c5, d4. Any spot along the diagonal is fine, because all white has is one check on e8. The king just moves up to h7, no big deal.
Yeah,
and white has no way to promote that.
Can also play king h7 here, just to keep the queen on a7. If you give me a check, I'll go back. You can take d5, I'll take a6, and we can just handshake there.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, king h7 is another possibility. Maybe Andre will try to go h5 and secure the g6 square for himself, but I'm not sure how that square helps the winning process. Yeah, I mean, Hikaru's taking his time here. I mean, he senses that he's one or two correct decisions away from saving this game, and impossibly. And so no need to, why screw it up now with an impatient move? Okay. Well, as he's thinking, it's probably a good time to check out the other end games.
Okay, let's go.
I guess we can look at the Fedoseev game in a little bit more depth. Yeah, they still have a lot of time on their clocks. But the position is horrendous for white. I mean, look at this total domination by the black pieces. And if white tries to trade rooks, then after the trade, well, black goes knight d2, and I think it's over. You just take b3, and once this pawn is gone, I mean, there's just no way that white can save that position. Just none.
No. The knight will get around and get on c3 to attack a4. King will get on d6 to push d5. e5. Yeah, that's this extra pawn in the knight endgame. Also,
so
there's simple idea actually. 92, knight c4 to support b pawn, and how white is going to stop the b pawn coming to
Oh yeah,
queen.
that's very true. Yeah, white's, for example, like boom, 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 check. Yeah, knight c4, and then just push the pawn. No, it's essentially over. And if white doesn't go rook b2, I guess rook c1 is a better move, but then black can just respectfully decline the trade and go rook d2. And once the knight moves back to e5, it's time to start picking the fruit, picking the cherries off the tree. Rook takes f2 and then back to b2. And all white really has is one check. This is not dangerous.
There's actually a checkmate, and if you go king back on the front on f6 or d6, also
yeah, you can
d6.
get mated.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. Yeah, like you can always. It's so funny. Anytime there's a knight and the rook, there's going to be some checkmating mechanism or pattern.
Yeah.
But yeah, king d8, rook d7, king whatever, c8. Okay, or even maybe king e8 is slightly more accurate. Gives the king a little bit more space. As long as you don't go to the 6th rank, you're always going to escape perpetual, and you're going to have unlimited tempi here. So it's looking mighty grim for Vladimir, who's got 11 minutes on the clock now. His time is evaporating. His position has already evaporated. It's bad. It's very, very bad.
Yeah, and a threat is very simple to play. Rook d2, target the knight on d3, and f2 pawn at the same time, and white has to give up one of those pieces.
Right. Well, we'll wait for Vladimir to make a move, as he's thinking the final game is Vidit against Keymer, which is also moving in the direction of a time scramble. Keymer now down to 7.5 minutes. And his endgame remains quite nasty. So he's on g6. He's trying to at least orchestrate a couple of trades to relieve the pressure. But I think knight c3 is very strong here. And then trying to get this knight through d5 to e7. I mean, obviously that is a threat. Knight d5 here, I mean. Black has to prevent that with a move like knight c7, and then I don't know, maybe there is some way to keep the pressure going here.
Can we take the knight on c7 and then knight d5 and try to activate the rook on 6th rank?
Yeah, you're reforking the rooks, and black has to probably go here.
6.
And you get this rook endgame, which is unpleasant for black, because the king is walking around through b4 to b5, but probably a draw. Gh5, gh5, maybe rook f5, and it just seems like there's not enough pawns for this to be winning for white, but definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, all this game, Vidit had a very active position. He was the one who was pushing in. The Keymer was always the one who was guarding it. And, in the end of this kind of game, you feel so tired when you have to constantly look after for some ideas from the opponent. Yeah,
these long defensive games tire you out like nothing else. I mean, it's absolutely exhausting. And especially when you're in time pressure, every single fiber of your being is dedicated to not blundering, and even then sometimes you fail. Yeah, so there's a discussion here, which tie breaks are we going to have? We're guaranteed Dominguez So, and we're also guaranteed one other tie break, which is either going to be and that is based on the result of Fedoseev Rapport. If Rapport wins, which is the likeliest, then we're going to have Wojtaszek Rapport. If Fedoseev pulls out a draw, I mean, I assume Fedoseev is not going to win, we're going to have Wojtaszek Fedoseev. So one way or the other, we're going to have a tiebreak.
Yeah, and the tiebreaks will be shorter for the players. They were going to have 15 minutes plus 10 seconds rapid games. And Dania, if they make a draw in those 2 games, then guess what? We're going to have blitz 2 games. Nice. 3+2. So I hope for a big fun day tomorrow at tie breaks, as we all like to see smaller time control tournaments and the
yeah games. We do, especially after these longer games. I feel like I'm in the mood for something a little bit more fast paced. Yeah. In the meantime, Andre has finally made a move. Let's see, and knight d2. This one is heading toward a conclusion. Let's just see the next couple of moves, because I think what's going to happen is that there's going to be a trade. Fedoseev managed to keep the b3 pawn, which is a pretty big achievement, but he hasn't managed to keep the h pawn.
Tanya, can I suggest a move there instead of taking on c1? Can Black play rook c3?
Oh, you want to trade on
I
your
want,
own terms.
yeah, I want to force some trades there. And if you play 91 here, or just maybe don't want to play that, I'll just keep take the pawn on a b3.
Yeah, take the b3, or maybe take on h4 first.
Take it.
I think the only problem is that white can play hg, and if you play knight takes b3, I'm just in time to get to e1.
Knight comes on a1 and knight d3.
Yeah, and it's really funny. Like whenever you go c2, I'm just like one tempo in time.
Oh no, that's horrible. That's horrible. White is winning here because you can play f4 to guard g5. King h2, king goes. Yeah, the knight is strapped.
That is hilarious. So he takes on c1, and now, okay, gh. So this is interesting. After gh, you're not supposed to go knight f3 check. This is actually bad, because it essentially lets white build a fortress. It lets white get active, and there's there's just no way to make further progress. What you're supposed to do here is actually throw in the move f4, and the reason you do that is to clear a pathway for black's king f6, king f5, king g4, and it's very important to keep this knight on d2 so that it ties down white's knight. As long as it's on d2, white's knight has to be on c1 to defend b3, and white's king alone is not sufficiently endowed to prevent the infiltration of black's king through f5. I think this is going to happen. He's taken on h4, and I think he's going to play f4 in this position.
Yeah, we have this situation. f4 here we have on the board. He goes for it.
By the way, has Grischuk officially won?
No. Ooh, I don't think
he has.
No.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. For some reason, I thought there was a resignation, but we haven't checked into that game in a short while. So before we get back to Esipenko Nakamura, just real fast. Okay. Queen
the
h4.
trade is rook a1 to win a queen, and there's also a pin there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of pins. Grischuk is down to 1:48. And what about knight f5 here? Attack the queen.
Queen b4 check is there. And
yeah, I guess I just go back. I mean, this is very scary. King d7 by Etienne. And what if rook e1? I guess he wants queen back to c5. Yeah, this is not over. This is Bacrot is holding on. He's somehow not, I mean, he's not shooting himself in the foot here.
I'm really surprised to see the bishop on f3, because bishop on b3 was keeping the king safe there. And in some situations, black might have some checks on c4, d5, c4, for instance, if the queen leaves.
Yeah, I don't know what it is exactly that attracted him about this placement of this bishop. I'm not seeing it. Rook e1, queen c5 is on the board. And of course, the eval bar is giving like +1 because black's king is always terrible. But, you know, black is already threatening a queen trade. Queen c4 would lead to an immediate draw. Bacrot's a great defender, by the way. He's an underrated defender. Not easy to beat. And we'll see. We'll see whether Sasha can win this with a minute on his clock. Somehow I think a draw is likely a result at this point than a win for Grischuk. Well, I'm very disappointed with the performance. As usual, I shot for too long, but okay, we will see. But now let's look at the Hikaru game, because it's reaching its climax,
we,
I think.
we have our own interviews, we just after.
Yeah, we don't
after
actually
the
need to interview
game.
Grischuk.
You're here. I can interview you. Chad, go ahead, ask some questions. I can bring it to him, and
it's like those pens which you can click different buttons and it brings out different colors. Like there's a red pen, a green. They were popular at some point.
I know. I remember it. You just have to. Yeah.
The problem is just that the ink dried out after like one use for all of them. I had one of those. Okay. So D4 by Hikaru, he keeps pushing.
I don't like this pawn to be here. Can now White bring the queen back on E2?
He did. That's exactly what he just did.
And we have seen already queen e8, queen e4, queen b7. That's White's idea here.
It's still a threat. It's still a threat. But what if Hikaru gives a check?
Mm-hmm.
I think he will give a check. Probably Esipenko is okay. This is his last chance. He wants to get the king around, and he wants to win the pawn. Ooh, this is actually not a bad chance by Andre, who's down to 2 minutes on his clock. What he's saying is, okay, look, I'm going to get my king to d2, and then I'm going to surround this pawn on d4, and if I win it, then I don't have to worry about that anymore, and I can focus on the a pawn. And when the king reaches the center, it's a lot harder to deliver perpetual check, obviously, because the king has all these directions in which it can run, and it can use the queen to shield it from checks. So lovely idea by Andre, who is going to go completely all out here. He's not giving Hikaru a draw until there are 2 kings on the board. That's a promise. I mean, he is just not going to let this fizzle out until Hikaru proves it completely.
Yeah, this G pawn kind of limits Black's queen to have the access on this diagonal, right? Like, and also I was starting to think in some positions, like if Black brings queen on b6, White can also have the idea to push h5, and there is a check queen a8 and queen g6 to trade the queens, and that's the winning endgame.
Yeah, I'm just going to show what you mean. These are not real moves. I'm just like getting it. Yeah. Queen e8 checking h7. What you're saying is now there's queen g6 check, and takes. a7 is. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, queen, and Black is not in time. Yeah, so that is an idea. Hikaru is taking his time, which tells me that he's not actually 100% confident that this is an easy draw, and it's not. Yeah. What should Black do? Queen d7 is his move. That is a good move. He's preparing d3.
Right.
That is a good move. I think Andre should go queen d3 himself, probably.
Yeah, to stop that pawn. But then we do have queen d5 check, queen c6 check.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's too many checks. Queen d5, queen a2. One way or the other, it's not going to end well for the White king. Queen
and
e4.
Also, what's really important here is that White is down to 2 minutes, and it's not something that you can find out White's next moves that easily. White also needs some time to figure it out, some plans, and Esipenko thought to watch for this endgame.
Yeah, but now just d3, queen a8 check is his idea, and he wants to play a7, I think, and then queen e4 with check. But the hilarious thing D2, is that even d2 and then g6, and even though White promotes to a second queen first, if anything, I would probably take Black here. I mean, White literally has 0 effective checks. Oh, Andre goes queen b7. Oh, that is his idea. Queen d8. Yeah, a7, d2, and that's it. It's a draw. It's official. Hikaru is going to save this game. I mean, this is just out of this world. Out of this world.
Yeah, because there's no other way, right? How White can stop this queen. If White goes passive, queen b1, queen d1, then
Yeah,
the pawn gets really scary.
There's a reversal of roles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it really, that moment when Andre didn't take on c4, I think even though he was still winning afterward, it's always the same thing. When you miss the easy win, all of the other wins are so much harder in comparison that you just kind of lose your heart. And you have, especially with someone like Hikaru, you have to nail him when you first get the chance. You can't let him keep moving. You can't let him keep kicking. And that's what Andre did. He got really impatient, after he did all the hard work, and he paid the price for it. What an amazing comeback by Nakamura. I mean, really miraculous. And Nakamura deserves all the credit for that, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was also Andre I kind of have a feeling that it's Andre's fault, and he will be very disappointed in the end of the day that he missed so simple move, Queen c4, just to pick up the pawn.
And I think he just got overexcited. I think he missed this rook e8 move, quite possibly. And once he realized that things were starting to get more complicated, then the panic sets in, because you know who you're playing against and you know what his reputation is. Hikaru's reputation precedes him. Everybody knows, what kind of positions he's capable of saving. So when you're in the midst of this kind of game where you should be totally winning, why am I not winning? Yeah. You start already narrating it. Oh, not again. This is happening to me too. And he always saves these positions. And I've been in that situation in a blitz game a million times, where you're like, of course, like I missed the easy win, and you start kicking yourself. And so you kind of lose your ability to think objectively. That's it. Andre's going to have to promote and then trade queens and offer a draw. Hikaru officially advances.
There is no any practical chance here or miraculous chance here for white. That's it. He missed his chance. He had a chance. It was really good situation for Andre, but just there is no way that he can make any magic out of this position.
Nope, that's it. I mean, I think they agreed to a draw. Let's see, it's about to become official. He didn't lose on time, I can assure you of that. That would be free rating.
It could be too dramatic to lose this game.
Right.
If I don't get a draw, I will lose this game.
Yeah, I
don't want anything.
I actually saw that once. I did see that one happen once in a random tournament where somebody got offered a draw, but he was so disgusted that he failed to win a winning position that he actually resigned. Like, I'm serious. I was witness to that at a tournament many years ago. And it was just like, why are you extending me your hand? I'm resigning. Like, I'm not taking a draw. That's takes self-punishment to a whole new level.
Yeah, that's really amazing how people can be harsh to themselves or to others sometimes. Well, yeah, maybe they're just analyzing the game, and that's why we don't have any update. Or
yeah, it could be several different things. Could just be that the result hasn't been recorded yet, but it's obvious. I mean, A8 queen, D1 queen, draw. Wow. Okay, that means we can switch to the other games. There's been a lot of developments in the Fedoseev game. Okay, so he did play f4. And they have this position on the board right now, obviously winning for black. And he's just a couple of moves away. I guess you can go knight c4 here. No, the eval bar doesn't like that move. Is it because of knight f4? Yeah, I guess it is. Oh, so maybe you have to be careful where you put the knight. Maybe knight e4. I guess that's the move.
Yeah, the idea is knight g3, knight f5, and after knight f4, the king.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. This is not so simple. Like, you have to be careful because
how about knight g3 here? Knight G3?
Yeah, Knight G3.
You don't want king to play on F3. It's too far.
Oh, and now you play B3. Now you play B3. That's the point. You draw the king away. And if the king goes the other direction,
then you have king F5, king G4.
King F5, king G4. You go after this pawn, and you have, as they say in Russian, trousers, which I like to say.
Trousers, yeah. I've not heard it so long since my childhood. I have not heard it.
Yeah, yeah, to pass pawns on opposite sides of the board.
Yeah. Oh, that's I have not heard for many years that impression of two pass pawns.
Right, old Russian chess term. And let's swing back to Keymer's game, because that is now in full blitz mode, 4.5 minutes to 3 minutes. Vidit has preserved this 0.8 advantage throughout the entire endgame. Keymer has held on very admirably. He's not blundered anything. And now Vidit has to start moving, because he had a big time advantage.
Bad for Keymer what Vidit is doing to him. He's suffering him.
He is suffering.
So much pressure.
This is the definition of suffering. Like this kind of end game where you're just like, know you're never going to win it. You know the game is not going to end in the next 10 moves. That is because Hikaru's end game was like, okay, White either makes an attempt or he doesn't. Things will end one way or another. Here, it's like Vidit can move around forever. So,
and we do have the results in the game of Esipenko and Nakamura.
Okay, so it's official.
It's official. It's draw. So Nakamura is the player from Group A who got to the next stage.
Andre with a very frustrating series of things that happened to him. I mean, first in Tata Steel, he lost a couple of really painful games. Mm-hmm. And now this game, which he's not going to live down for a while. He's going to be thinking about this one. It's going to be eating at him for weeks to come, because that was the candidates take it right there. I mean, obviously he would have had to win the next group, but that is a potential game that has bearing on, his ticket to the candidates.
Yeah, so important. So important to have any win, but this is the last round, and Hikaru got the half a point ahead of everyone, round 3. So he was keeping that advantage quite some rounds already. So so well played by Hikaru.
Yeah, it is, and
also we have to consider that he have not played classical chess for so long. And on his card, it even says not rated.
Right.
Not ranked, which is ridiculous, but it makes big sense. It makes big sense when you have not played a classical chess game for a long time, for years. You don't feel in your skin. Yeah,
he's managed to stay so sharp. I mean, as he said in the interview yesterday, he can switch from, the Bonklat speedrun to pulling out a -10 position against Esipenko at a moment's notice. And that's what you need if you're Hikaru. And he is, I don't feel like he's lost any of his strength, to be honest. If anything, I think, his streaming career gives him a lot of confidence. And, he's got a big fan base. And confidence is important in chess. It really is important. It's important to feel like you're capable of performing well, especially at the top, and I think we're kind of witness to that.
Yeah, that's very true. That when you know that there are lots of people just behind you and they support you, it gives you so much power when you play or when you do any kind of work. And Hikaru has this huge power from his viewers, and that also makes him very powerful as a chess player.
Right. That's a great point. Well, we're going to look at the Rapport game and we're going to keep it up, but we're going to go on a break first, as Richard Rapport seems to be putting the finishing touches on his win against Fedoseev, which is going to get him to the tiebreaker against Wojtaszek tomorrow. But in any case, we will take a couple of minutes here to catch our breath. It's a long day today, lots of interesting games, and you're watching the FIDE Grand Prix. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the very end of the round 6 of FIDE Grand Prix 2022. I'm Katie, this is Tanya, and we do have one game going on, actually 3 games going on, but this is one of the very important games because if he Rapport managed to win, he will be one of the tiebreakers tomorrow.
And manage to win, he will. I mean, he's got to make a couple more moves to end the game. We're probably going to see him go A2 in this position. He hasn't done that yet, but he will. No, that would not be the best defense. King B2, B3. And this entire construction is totally watertight because the king can never leave B2. White has to do nothing. I mean, if 95, I guess you can just take the pawn. So White should probably wait. But at the very least, you can just go knight e2 and then knight d4, and black is obviously like in time by 10 tempi. So, yep. And all of this is happening. We will see resignation at any moment by Mr. Fedoseev.
B3 has been played. Knight on C3 is just untouchable, as the moment king gets on C3, get out from B2 square, Blackwell promotes the pawn on A1. So we had knight E5 check. Can Black simply capture this?
Yeah, I mean, Vlad is going to be tearing his hair out after this game. I mean, he had a stable advantage out of the opening. It was a very low risk position. And sort of by degrees, he lost his advantage. He had that chance to go E4. But even the way that he played, I mean, he really seemed to have it all figured out. And then at some point, you know, he got his queen into Black's territory. That's when things started to roll back into Richard's favor. This is what Rapport does. I mean, he gets these unbalanced positions, and he's just, you know, he's good at finding these practical ideas. So bit by bit, he was able to outplay Fedoseev from what was initially a very, very dubious position. What a game by Rapport, winning on demand with the black pieces, and Wojtaszek is going to be mad at himself as well for botching that completely winning position against Oparin. In Oparin's time pressure too.
Yeah, what a time turning in this category. Also remember Fedoseev had a very good chance after Bishop E2, which Rapport played and blundered E4. I kind of had a feeling Fedoseev did not spend enough time to figure it out, and he played really fast Rook E1. And just imagine the moment he goes back in his hotel room and checks his game, he will just he will be very disappointing.
You know, could have made one move, and I think all.
Yeah, we know what he gonna say in Russian, Daniel. We all know.
Oh, we do. Yeah, he'll have a couple choice words, which I will not translate because I want to keep my job. But yeah, basically, all chess players are the same. You do this whole thing where you like keep replaying it in your mind, like, if I'd gone E4, I probably would have won the game, and then I would have won my section, and then I would have gotten to the candidates, and I would have beaten Magnus. Oh, it's like those commercials. DirecTV used to have those commercials where somebody doesn't get their service, and you know, a series of accidents happen. You know, because he didn't get DirecTV, he had to go to the sports bar to watch the game. Got into an accident on the way there. You know, he had to get a new car. The new car didn't work. Blah blah blah. Sam is going to be going through that as Richard makes a queen.
Chain of the life events.
Chain of exactly.
Yeah. We have all been there, Dania. All of us have been there, and this is so common for chess players. And at this level, we're talking about $150,000 euro prize fund here, and you know, every win matters for you. And when you go to the next stage, you get way more money than you are getting right now.
Yeah, this is going to be resignation, because like there's no use playing queen against knight is way too easy for somebody like Richard. So I think Fedoseev is going to resign. And I compare it to a tooth. You know, you lose a tooth and you just your tongue keeps reaching for that place. That's what happens when you lose a game like this. Like, man, it's like you keep thinking about, I could have just made this one move and then I would have qualified, and keep going down the loop. But that's chess. That's why it's such a brutal game, because you're the one in control. Whereas in basketball, okay, your teammate misses a shot, you at least have someone to blame. And even if you were the one who misses a shot, well, maybe your teammates could have performed better, then you wouldn't have been in that position. In chess, it's all you, and you're the one in control. You're the one responsible for these kinds of events.
Fire. So I love this impression of the tooth, and chat says truth tooth. And also perfect
Truth
name
tooth.
for that impression.
Yeah, it's a mouthful. Okay, Vidit. Oh, Keymer has saved it. Keymer's going to make a draw, I think. 40 seconds. They're playing bullet. We can switch from the Fedoseev game. That's over. Obviously, Fedoseev is still playing, but we don't have to watch that. Obviously, Black is going to win. Resign is going to happen anytime. That leaves us with 2 more games: Grischuk, Bacrot, and Vidit, Keymer. But look at the time situation. It's a bullet game.
They both have 30 seconds on the clock. Not very easy position, even though there are like few pieces. There are knights on the board, which are so tricky. They can make some forks and checks, and 4 rooks on the board. So that makes stuff really hard.
Exactly. Yes. Okay. I hope Vincent makes a move. He has to decide which pawn to take. I would take c4, and so would the engine. I mean, in that order. And he does.
Just see the result. Fedoseev resigned, and Richard Rapport is officially the second tiebreaker against Wojtaszek.
Yep. Okay, so this is a drawn end game. I mean, equal material, and what to say? I mean, King f8, Black's king is in no danger. Neither is White's. Draw by agreement could happen here. Rook c7. Oh, that's a nice move. That is a very nice move, because in the event of a trade and rook takes c4, Black actually takes and then picks up the pawn. I think Vidit might actually have to just go for that.
Yeah. Nice,
and
nice move by Vincent.
And if takes knight d5, very importantly, there's rook c5 here, which is a crucial move, without which the knight would have been lost. And well, if takes, then takes. Vidit might just have to accept that there are no more attempts to be made here.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. This one is about to wrap up, and that'll leave us just with Grischuk Bacrot, which is still, in approximately the same position that they were. Rook d7 check. Ooh, that's an interesting attempt. But what if you take and go king f6?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, what's White's idea here?
Oh, king f6, king e4, but yeah, there's knight d2 check here. Ooh, that's a nice move. Knight d2 check. That's the cleanest path to a draw.
Nice.
Rook c4, rook d4, takes. Vincent just has to find this one move, and he's gonna find it easy tactic. And if knight d5 check, and you get excited for a second, no, you shouldn't, because king e6 attacks White's rook.
King is on e4. I say that in the game, and Black to move. Let's see if Vincent here. And here we have it. Nice.
He played it.
Yeah, nicely spotted by Vincent.
Vidit also, not the performance that he wanted, obviously, but he's just coming off of Tata Steel as well, so not easy to put that behind you. And I think king e3. He's going to keep playing.
Yeah, I told you what he's doing to Vincent today.
Right, he keeps pushing him. Well, of course, Vincent could take on f5, and he will save this, but there's no need to give up the knight.
Yeah, but it's gonna last long, and Black has to be not really careful, but White to go so far and not to play knight c4 back.
Or knight f1. Well, knight c4, I think there's king f4. And actually here, Black is in trouble because knight d5 is a mate threat.
Checkmate.
So he goes knight f1. Yeah, knight f1 is very accurate. King f2, and now knight h2. And the knight is impossible to catch in these types of situations.
Just give some checks.
Yep. And the game is over.
Yeah, and you can't get king on f4 as rook comes on c4 with a check and gets this b4 knight. So white has
Yeah,
to...
exactly. That would be one way to lose the game for white. Okay, draw. They're repeating moves. That's it. It's official. And that leaves us with one final game. Let's switch to it. And that is the time scramble between Grischuk and Bacrot. And this is also a bullet game. They've both got a minute and a half on the clock. Here we go. Buckle your seatbelt.
Yeah. It's quite impressive how Bacrot has survived with the king in the center all day, all the time. He has never castled this game, and his king is always in the center. But at this point, it seems the safest as he ever had.
Yeah, no, he's in better shape than he was. I mean, compared to what he had, this is, you know, the Ritz-Carlton. And as I say that, I think he blundered Queen E1. Uh-oh, Queen E1 is nasty. It attacks the rook and it threatens to infiltrate.
Can be their Queen G5 move to avoid both?
Queen G5. Yeah, but now Queen F2. No, this is terrible. Now the Queen infiltrates in the other direction. Oh, Queen E1 is winning. The engine confirms it. Queen E1 wins the game. Just as we tune into the game, and just as we say how well Bacrot is defended. And Bacrot, I think a lot of people in the chat might not be familiar with how good he is. He was 2750, over 2750 at his peak. And he beat Kramnik with the black pieces. Grischuk finds it. This is a very hard position to defend, though, in the long run. I mean, Grischuk has a million ways to make attempts, and Bacrot has so many weak squares that he has to keep defended. With a minute on the clock, it's impractical to assume that he's going to be able to do that for a very long time.
Yeah, and there is Queen C4 check, but King goes on A1, and still Queen E5, Queen E7 is there on the board. Together, like Queen F2 was a very interesting move there.
This is resignable. Yeah, Queen E7 is coming, Queen G3. There's too many. Bishop D5, another move, and then Bishop takes F7 using the pin. Yeah, Etienne with a painful series of games. He failed to beat Grischuk in his white game in a winning position. And after an excellent World Cup performance, his potential trip to the candidates comes to an end.
Yeah, very tough tournament indeed. As we are having the best and the best players here at the Grand Prix. And this is official the last game, as all the rest 5 games are done. Vidit and Keymer agreed on a draw there. So this is the one and last remaining game.
Yep, King D7, and I think Bishop D5 is the key move here, but it's easy. Bishop D5, Queen F4, and then you don't even have to take F7. You can play Rook D4, skewering the Queen to the Rook. One move away, and Etienne will resign if Grischuk plays Bishop D5, which he will. He's going to see it.
Yeah. Bishop
F1 also very good, but Bishop D5 is the cleanest way. I think there's a meme in French. Among French fans, they call him Baki. And so there's the associated country of Pakistan.
Ah, that is
named after.
Okay.
It took me a while to realize it's not an actual place, but it's just like the Bacrot-ism.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't really understand what was it about. But now, okay.
Yeah, it's a funny name. Bishop D5. Sasha just confirming, double checking. A great rebound win for Grischuk, who lost that painful game to Hikaru yesterday. And he's going to hold his set up high, even though he didn't win his group.
Yeah. One last move from
Bishop F5.
Grischuk and Bishop
also
F1?
winning.
Oh, this allows queen e4. That's why it was not so likable move. But now bishop takes b5. Just give a check first of all.
Yeah, you can do that. You can definitely do that. You can also, well, the most accurate is queen f2. You actually don't take on b5. Instead, you're just like going after all of these squares, and black cannot hold all of these pawns, all of these squares at the same time. If you go king c6, there's bishop g2. Yeah, let's see if Grischuk, but bishop b5, surprisingly, there's the move king e6, and because the bishop hangs there, it's not so easy for white to coordinate. Queen d2. Okay. Not the best. Not the best. There's queen f4, apparently. Bacrot finds it. And Sasha is not in the greatest form this tournament. I'm going to be honest. He should see bishop d5.
Yeah. That's completely true. As rook on h4 was hanging and bishop d5, you just want to kick the queen back. And if queen remains on the fourth rank, then rook d4 was winning a rook. That was...
I mean, a lot of issues in general this tournament with converting issues. Okay, Bacrot resigned, actually, I think Bacrot resigned without awaiting bishop takes b5. I mean, I don't really blame him for that. This position is obviously completely lost. And with 30 seconds on the clock, there's no way that he holds it. So I think Bacrot decided that, he should end his further suffering should be ended.
Yeah, but, so that's it.
That's it. That's slightly anticlimactic, but that ends the day as Grischuk wins and Fedoseev loses that shocking game to Rapport. No, there's no way that it was a draw. Grischuk would not take a draw here if he was 95 years old and performing some skydiving. Like this is over. Yeah. Okay, well, that concludes today's games, and this was the final round of the FIDE Grand Prix preliminary group. Our winners are Levon Aronian advances, Hikaru Nakamura advances, and the other two matches are going to tiebreak. We're going to have Richard Rapport against Wojtaszek, and we're going to have Dominguez against Wesley So tomorrow. It's going to be a great day, but don't go anywhere because we still have our rapid recap to come. So we are going to take a short break. When we come back, you'll have your round 6 rapid recap. Be back in a few. Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Prix. We will be reviewing all of the results from round 6, this final all-important round of the preliminary group shortly. But first, it is time for your round 6 rapid recap. And there was really no question, Ketty, about the game that we wanted to choose today. It is an absolutely epic battle between Andrei Esipenko and Hikaru Nakamura. Now, at the start of the game, Andrei was a half point behind Hikaru, so he had to win in order to get to the top of his group and qualify. So lots of very high stakes game. Let's dive into it. And it started as an Italian. Andrei avoiding Hikaru's Berlin. Not really a surprise, Ketty. The first real surprise came on the 5th move.
Yes, when he played here after knight f6, a4, and he didn't went to the very main and deep line.
Yeah, he refrains from going c3, at least for a while. He starts by sort of pushing his pawn to a5, an interesting, relatively fresh approach. Only now does he go c3. So he makes some usual Italian moves, h3, h6, bishop e3 is normal. And rook e8, we were a little bit iffy about this move. It's possible that Hikaru just missed or underestimated Andrei's next move, but this is where the problems kind of began. It appears that bishop takes e3, and then maybe getting this knight from e7 to g6 was the way to preserve equality. But Ketty, after rook e8, Andrei makes a relatively straightforward and very nasty move.
It is queen b3. This queen and the bishop pair up on this diagonal and attack f7 pawn. And if you get bishop now on e6, b7 pawn will be hanging and the knight on c6 will be also hanging. However, we considered that this was the line that Hikaru should choose right now. Black has d5 move and rook from e6 guards the knight on c6, and Black had very good position here to keep the game go, as the queen on b7 is a bit stuck there.
Yeah, so this would have given Black good compensation, but for whatever reason, Hikaru not going for that, instead going for queen e7, Andrei developing his knight. Rook b8 was now necessary in order to defend the pawn, but this gives Andrei the chance to take and strike at the center with d4. And it's quite clear already that White is quite a bit better. He's got all of the good stuff in. Black still hasn't developed his bishop. Hikaru really, really passive here. He has to spend a tempo getting his knight back, and Andrei getting his rook involved and making a very impressive decision here, Ketty. I think he goes d5, which initially, at least I was suspicious about, but then I realized his idea is to go back to f1 and just send these pawns down the queen side, whereas Hikaru doesn't really have any play on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and it was very nicely played here by Andrei, as he pushed c4 next move, and after knight g5, queen e3, and look at that knight on a7, that's hanging, and Black has to trade this knight first and to play knight c8, which is so passive. Look at this position. White has so much space on the queen side, and Black has really bad looking pieces on the c8 and b8.
And being as passive as he was, Hikaru desperately trying to get some life on the other side of the board, and Andrei would give him a chance. So queen f6. Here, Andrei decides to trade on f5, and using tactics, using the fact that rook on e8 is undefended, he gets his knight onto d4 and prepares to put it on e6. Knight e6 here was probably the best move. It would have preserved a big advantage, but Andrei plays the move f4. He puts more pressure on e5, and this gave Hikaru a wonderful opportunity. There was this crazy move, knight b6. The point of this move is that it attacks the c4 pawn, but doesn't it just blunder a knight? Well, no, after e takes d4, the secondary point is revealed. The rooks are now connected. After queen d4 cb, it appears that the worst is behind Black. So this was a big opportunity missed by Hikaru after f4. Let me just fast forward. After f4, however, this was far from the end of the adventures. Hikaru instead, Ketty, going for this very complicating move c6. But this is a big mistake, after which Andrei took over the game.
Yeah, and Andrei here took e5 pawn, f takes e5. Hikaru had to take pawn on d5, and look at this, e6, attacking the queen, and after queen goes away, instead of c takes d5 move, Andrei goes rook f1. And why not c takes d5? Because now knight comes on e7, targets d5. And after queen b3, now queen can play on g5, on h5, and black eventually gets this pawn on d5 and breathes in this position. But instead of this, Andrei gave no chance to Hikaru to develop his knight and played rook f1 with very interesting idea, Daniel.
Yeah, he just kind of leaves the pawn on c4. The engine didn't like this move, but it was a very good practical. I maintain that it was a very good practical attempt. It's also possible that c5 here would have been even stronger, but in any case, so Hikaru goes 97. Andrei says, take my pawn on c4. I don't care about that. What he does care about is getting his rooks as active as possible. And his main plan is to lift this other rook up to g3 and simply crash through on g7. But in practice, it wasn't that simple. Hikaru steps aside to h8. And now what should have been a decisive mistake by Hikaru. The move here was knight d5, only move to keep black in the game. This dislodges the queen from e3, and it gives black the e4 square for his queen, so that rook g3 is no longer with tempo, and black has the tempo to defend the g8, the g7 pawn. But Hikaru instead going for knight c6, trying to get this knight off of d4, and allowing Andrei, after the trade of knights, to get this pawn fully entrenched on e7. And this is the pawn, combined with the threats against black's king, that should have been decisive, Ketty. But then crazy things started to happen right in this position.
Yes, here Esipenko went to rook g3, which is a bit inaccuracy. Instead, he could take the pawn on c4, which gives Hikaru less and less chances to survive. But yeah, instead of this, rook g3, now black has a chance to guard c4 pawn. And after rook e3, queen retreat back on g6. And now in this line, after queen captures c4, black had moved rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8, d5. So this is less clear, but Andrei should have still taken on c4. This is still completely winning. But instead, he gets impatient. He goes rook f8, trying to promote the pawn. Hikaru gets his rook to e8 just in time. And the problem is that the trade of rooks is squarely in black's favor. Why is it in black's favor? Because with only one rook on the board, that rook has to essentially remain on e3 in order to defend the e pawn. If you have two rooks, you can divide labor. One rook can defend e7, the other rook can focus on checkmating the king. So after rook f8, rook e8, Andrei ends up taking g8. Hikaru takes with the king, very important move. That allows him to play queen f7. And at this point, the win is already very, very complicated. We thought that queen e6 might be the last objective chance to win the game, but it's an incredibly hard move to find. Andrei instead transitioning the game into a queen endgame, which, due to the weakness of white's king, Ketty, turns out most probably to be drawn.
Yes, and black went for b4 pawn first. Black captured that pawn to avoid potentially white have a connected pass pawn. And then here black got this queen just blocking from a7 square.
Yep, there it is. He gives a check first to Hikaru, just inducing g3, just so the king is a little weaker. Then queen d4, and just in time, the queen flies back to a7, stopping further progress of the pawn. And there's a simple reason why this is a draw. In order to win the game, white has to get the queen to b7. That's the only way to dislodge black's queen. But if you try to get the queen even close to b7, black is immediately going to swoop in with his queen and deliver a straightforward perpetual check. The board is too wide open to allow white to defend against that. And Andrei tried after queen a7. He went h4. He tried to create some luft. He set a trap, which Hikaru didn't fall into. Queen d4 is a very nice move. And after moving around for several moves back and forth, Andrei sort of allows the forced drawing sequence. Queen d7, queen e4, maybe queen d3 was a final opportunity to preserve some minor chances, but Andrei going queen e4, and Ketty, Hikaru with excellent calculation here to force the draw, starting with the move d3.
d3, and after queen b7, he withdraws the queen back on d8. a7 is met by d2, and they are quitting at the same time, where white has nothing to fight for. It's just a draw.
It's just a draw. There's no chances. You have to trade queens or you lose. And yeah, this move, queen d8, very, very important move. If you take on b7, you allow white to promote with check. So what an unbelievable defensive effort by Hikaru Nakamura, who was dead in the water. We were shoveling dirt on him, but you cannot shovel dirt on Hikaru Nakamura as he draws a crucial game and advances to the next stage. And this was your round 6 rapid recap. Ketty, whoa, what a day. Long day, fun day, and a day that really gained steam as the hours went by.
I agree with that. And here we have 2 people getting up from the group, and this is Hikaru Nakamura. He just needed to draw against Esipenko because Esipenko was his rival in this group, and he managed. We just saw the game that ended in a draw. And we also have Aronian, who ended the game so early today against Dubov, and they played draw. However, we do have 2 tiebreaks tomorrow. In Group B, we're going to have Wojtaszek against Rapport, and in Group D, we're going to have Wesley So against Dominguez. But tomorrow, tiebreaks won't be the classical time control. Instead, it will be rapid. And we're going to have 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, 2 games. And in case if it's a tie and they make 1-1, then we're going to have blitz, 2 blitz games coming right after that. So very exciting for tomorrow's tiebreaks, Daniel.
Exciting and evenly matched. I think it's very hard to predict who the favorite is between both of these. I would say Wesley So probably has a slight edge in rapid experience-wise and strength-wise against Lenier, but Lenier is just so darn good. And the way that he stepped up after losing to Wesley in the classical game is just beyond impressive. And in terms of Wojtaszek against Rapport, well, Radoslav has been playing in a subpar fashion last couple of games, big chances, but he doesn't seem to have that killer instinct. I mean, he fails to deliver in really, really good positions, but we all know how great his opening preparation is. He's a great rapid player, and he's going to try to step up his game tomorrow against Richard Rapport. And very importantly, folks, for those marking their calendars, the start time is going to be the exact same, not earlier, not later, even though the time control is different. As Ketty said, the start time is 3 p.m. Central European time. That is 6 a.m. Pacific time and 9 a.m. New York time. So mark your calendars, same time as today, bright and early. And I'll try to get to bed even early. I'm going to bed at an unprecedented hour for me. I'm going to bed around 10 p.m. But I'll try to have a little bit more energy in those wee hours tomorrow. But this is a great day. It was better than any coffee I could have had.
It's amazing. Thank you so much, Danny, for all this commentary and the brilliant lines that you were showing to us, the viewers, and also for this little commentary of many other players and interviews as well. So big thanks to our viewers on YouTube and Twitch chat. And don't forget, guys, to come back tomorrow, same place and same time.
Absolutely. Ketty, this was a pleasure. Thank you to everybody in the chat. And of course to Vic for the flawless broadcast. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow for the tie breaks. Bye.